me for my transgressions. Oh yeah.
Yo, we live in misery, ghetto infested, crack facilities where people struggle and strive against their own abilities. I tried to put the people on and tell them what they doing is wrong. An epidemic, this is prolonged. Misery, the day that Christ was betrayed, as he sat and broke bread, one had a scheme to hold him back. Now picture this, living your life at the age of 12, going around town telling the wise men to get on track, and growing up, walking in the footsteps of Christ, knowing death, knowing the time Satan tempts you in the night. Fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, afflictions, praying for strength in the Lord to overcome this. And what about the times when they doubted you, didn't believe because they couldn't see what it is to see? You got eyes but they don't see, you got ears but they don't hear. That's why we living in misery.
Forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again. Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again.
Attempting to reach the promised land, pay homage and praise to Yahweh Shai. Why should he even acknowledge man? We represent the 12 tribal, even the families of Israel, spoken of all over the Bible, awaiting the arrival of the Son of Man. If the truth hurts, then duck down, cause his verse is homicidal. Bust my gun in hand, destroying my arch rival. He's on the ground, stretched out like a rubber band. Shot him 7 times, I understand. Don't take it literal, condition is critical, cause every shot was spiritual. 3 shots to the face, judgment, mercy, and faith. By the grace of the Most High that we weren't replaced. 3 more shots landed, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Without these, your spirit abandons your body, and now your flesh is left stranded. The last was love, most powerful force on the planet. Sources outlandish, a place where the lost in our hearts will be branded. Living out the true example of what a man is. Our minds are like a fragile package that's damaged. The eyes of the Lord got us on candid camera, watching us whatever we do. Forever he rules. For us the Red Sea was severed in 2.
Faith for all Israel to have. They crucified the Son of Man, wicked acts like him. I ran since I was a slave, mentally pained. I cry out the Lord name, but never in vain. We soon reign and have dominance like the days of old King Solomon. Low intolerance, the Lord covenant, the promised land, the kingdom, the power, and the glory. Amen.
Forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again. Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again.
Ever since I get the Spirit of the Lord, I've been walking in the righteous path of Yahweh Shai, trying to keep my head up as I walk by all of the simple and perverse. For this world is such a curse. When I tell you, I mean there is no sign of the truth. No more praying in the booths or the tabernacles and our solemn feasts where we used to eat all the holy things put before the Most High when we cover sins. Man, you should have been there when I tell you what the hell you call this wretched ass place. Such a disgrace. Man, we've been misplaced. Lord, we bring praise. Now we praising every day, wishing you were here, looking up the sky where we know that you will appear. Come on down, lift us up, take us out of here. Bring us to a land where the righteous is always near. And it's all about faith, cause there ain't no fear.
Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again. Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again.
Despised and rejected, spit on and disrespected, came to my own afflicted. Why didn't they listen to me? The greatest sacrifice no other man could ever give. I gave my life and soul, knowing it would make you live. Spirit was willing, with my flesh I had to overcome. I asked my Father, pass this cup, but I was the only one to do His will, fulfill the scriptures to perfection. Lay down my life in hope of reconciliation. Christ is on His way. Will you be waiting for me? Christ is on His way. Will I find faith in Thee? Christ is on His way. Come to end all this confusion. Christ is on His way. Establish eternal righteous ruling. Christ is on His way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on His way. Or will I find iniquity? Christ is on His way. I bear the sins of many. Christ is on His way. How could you do this to me? Of all the families on earth, you only have I known. My sheep who's lost in this world, to you my love was shown. I came to give repentance, forgiveness of your sins, to be a prince and savior, but you won't let me in. Instead you delivered me unto the enemy with all your blasphemies. How could you do this to me? Stiff-necked and stuck in your ways, you broke the covenant. You only got a few days before I make my judgment. Oh, forgive them, for they know not what they do. What they do, what they do. I will plead with them face to face till I turn them back to you.
Yo, you thought I wasn't coming back? Imagine that, watch the sky crack when I attack. I held back the winds from the four corners. Now you were gonna watch my battle wax get bloody. No one above me. It pleased them to choose me, to bruise me, but nothing could move me. You refused me like you never knew me. I didn't have to do it when I carried your iniquity, your wickedly witchery. Now you don't remember me. The whole world watched on my name. They lied, denied that I died, but so they pierced my side. Now I will return to burn, to unlearn, but the whole world heard, but for
everything
my
I do
word
is for the Lord. If I breathe for Christ. If I die, I die for Christ. No matter the price, understand it. I present my body as a living sacrifice.
That's right.
Repent, for the kingdom of the Lord is at hand. The coming of Yahweh is not. And He prophesied when He was going to be born and died. I hope these cats realize that there ain't much time. First and foremost is Satan holds post. Keep your guards up and close with the armor of the Most High. He's not a man that he should lie. I hate when we teach Jake and they walk on by.
Christ is on His way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on His way. Will I find faith in Thee? Christ is on His way. Coming to end all this confusion. Christ is on His way. Establish eternal righteous ruling. Christ is on His way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on His way. Or will I find iniquity? Christ is on His way. I bear the sins of many. Christ is on His way. How could you do this to me? Christ is on His way. I'll hear the sound of the scorn. Stirring up the nations His way. Ain't gonna take this no more. Israel, you better endure. Coming to end the sound of the scorn. Stirring up the nations His way. Ain't gonna take this no more. 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 Ain't gonna take this confusion. Ain't gonna take this no more. Ain't gonna take this no more.
To those who are seeking God and have not made their decision yet, this is why you need to seek God now, because tomorrow might be too late. Life moves so quickly. One moment you're here and the next, you're not. Sometimes we get caught up in the hustle, the noise, the endless distractions. But none of that compares to the peace, the fulfillment, the eternal joy that comes from a relationship with God. It's easy to put it off, to think you'll have time later. But what if later never comes? Choosing God is a decision with eternal consequences. Don't wait until it's too late. Seek Him today while you still have the time. Because in the end, it's not the moments that pass that matter, but the choices we make within them. Turn to God now. Find the peace and fulfillment that only He can give. Your time is precious. Use it wisely, don't wait. Start your journey with God today. Hope to see you in the village soon.
Blessings, believers and villagers. Why are there not more people talking about the clash between biblical principles and a carnal lifestyle? You can't mix biblical principles with a carnal lifestyle. Just like oil and water, they simply don't blend. God's word calls us to live a life set apart, a life that reflects His love, grace, and truth. But when we try to serve both Christ and the world, we find ourselves torn. The Bible says in Matthew 6:24, no one can serve two masters. You have to make a choice. Will you follow the world's fleeting pleasures, or will you commit to a life that honors God? Choosing Christ means embracing His teachings, His love, and His purpose for your life. It means turning away from actions and desires that pull you away from Him. So, what will it be? A life of confusion and conflict, or a life of peace and purpose? Remember, you can't have both. Make your choice today. Choose Christ, and let His principles guide your every step. Love and peace to you all.
So let's get some applause. Thank you so much, man. Well, thank you guys for rocking out with your boy, and thank you for dealing with me and us here and ups and downs that we go through as human beings, man. So thank you as we deal with these things. So I hope everyone is good, man. How's everyone doing? We got some people in the house. Let's give some shout outs. We got Wife School Podcast. Thank you, sis, for being here. We have Seeing Being in the place. Who else? We have Mo Love. Hey, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Michelle Thomas, thank you for being here. Mr. Vaughn Bryant, the Wandering Prophet. Thank you for being here, my G. Miss Shirley Epps is always here. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. We have Brandon Nesbitt, my G, my brother. Hope all is well with you, bro. Hope all is well. And everyone else watching from space and everyone else that will catch us on the replay. Thank you so much. I hope you like the background. It's just us taking a stroll in the woods. Not too much going on, just a little fog. There's a little bench over there if you want to eat something. But we're just taking a nice stroll just to see what's going on. Scorch says, what's up, going back to sleep? Scorch, your time, it should be what, 9 o'clock? Or going on 9? It should be your time, going on 9. So, still a little early yet, man. You can still rock out with your family for a few hours. We got Nightbot in the place. So typically, what we would do here in the village, before we would start, I would give you a monologue and all that stuff. But, again, I can't talk that long. So I will spare you the monologue. So, he's saying it got to be about midnight. All right, my brother. Well, then just listen to us while you sleep, man. All right? So I'm sorry about that. Excuse me. So last week, we were supposed to go into something, and the conversation went someplace else. And conversations happen. That's what Testimony Friday is about. It's about you guys coming up and talking about how the Lord has been good to you. This is the day that you guys get to speak. But until then, this guy here, he's going to hold it down until you guys come up and give your testimony. Now, why is Testimony Friday so important? Let me explain it to you. The reason why Testimony Friday is important is because there's someone going through what you've gone through. Okay, there's someone going through it or about to go through it. And the information and the decisions that you have made to get to where you are now, to the point where you've conquered it, you've gone through it, you've managed to, through the Spirit of the Lord, to fight it and beat it and persevere. That's very important. And your guidance is important, right? So the Lord tells you, never put your light under a bushel, shine it bright. So this is why testimony Friday is very important, because it's about you sharing with the world what you've gone through. And there's a little girl, a little boy, young man, young woman about to go through what you went through. And because of your strength, because of who you are, you can help them get to where they need to be. You can give them a testimony to say, I got help. I wasn't afraid. I know it's hard, but I stood up. I didn't let the enemy beat me down. You could be that voice that we were talking about in Ezra that gives them that strength, that push. They could have been fighting, but they've just gotten to a point where they're stagnant. And they need to hear your loving voice. They need to hear your voice of strength. They need to hear your voice. Even though they may push you away, even though they may push you away, you don't give up. You never give up. You be that voice of reason. You be that voice of love, right? What effect did they have on you in your life? Did they give up on you? If they didn't, if they struggled, if they fought with you, if they got you to a point where you're good, and then they start to struggle, they start to go off in what they're going through, don't give up on them, right? A lot of the times, sometimes I can be a pain in the behind. I can. Most times I'm a pain in the behind. Scorch to tell you. And people say to me, why do you care? Why do you continue? Why do you do what you do? Why do we do what we do here? Why do we continue to push? Why do we continue to call? Why do we continue to get up and do what we do, even though we're not feeling well, even though we're sick, and even though we're going through what we're going through? Because the Lord did it for us, right? So that's the reasoning behind it. The Lord did it for us. So that's why we do what we do. This is why we stand strong with you guys, or the best that we can do in the moment. Because typically we don't share with you guys what we're going through. Right? You guys don't want to hear that. Some of you do. So with that being said, that's why we do what we do, man. That's why Testimony Friday is so important. And he says, Scorch, boy, this dude is always attacking people. That shouldn't be hard. You're always putting people to sleep. Laugh out loud. Okay, cool. So, I've been answering emails and or trying to answer emails at least. And they've been asking, a lot of people have been asking this question, or these questions, or pertain to the questions, I just got out of a relationship. I just broke up. What do you think I should do before I move on to try and pursue another relationship? There are some men that haven't been in a relationship. They're virgins, sexually. That's what I'm saying, sexually. And they ask the same question. Women ask the same question. And they're emailing. They're asking, "What should I do?" And I'm just one guy. So I've compiled some things that I think is important, for men to do before they go out there and seek a relationship, and for women to do before they seek a relationship. Now, we always talk about therapy. We always talk about reconciling whatever things in your past that you have had, right? Reconciling that, because you don't want to bring that luggage in most situations into the new relationship that you're getting into. And again, these are not absolute, okay, because there are always exceptions to the rule. There are always exceptions to the rule. Okay? So this is genuinely or generally what you want to do. All right? So again, the link should be pinned at the top of the chat. Can you guys see that? If you can see the link, please press 1. Please just give me a little heads up that you can, or thumbs up, whichever is more convenient for you. If you can see the link, please press 1. Okay, well, if you didn't see it, Vaughn just put it in. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. So, with that being said, you guys can come up. You guys can come up and we can have this conversation together. Okay, because that's what this is about. To explore. Thank you, Miss Epps. To explore, to get different perspectives to this conversation, to these points that I compiled, and they're very open. And what I mean by open is, you can add to it, right? So again, these are things that Bolo came up with, and things that the words say. So let me take that back. There are certain things that the Lord wants us to do, period, right? So there are things that the Lord wants us to do and that we should do. And then there are things that, I try to add to help us, both men and both women. So again, the link is open. Come up as you want. We are going to start this conversation. So with that being said, again, thank you guys for being here, and another round of applause, man. Thank you, Miss Michelle. Okay, so you see the link. Okay, so I typically like to start with the men, So why are you always starting with the men? You know how many times I hear that? I get that all the time. Why are you starting with the men? Why the men always, you always got to start with the men. Our friend Scorched Earth always says that to me too, behind the scenes. I'm sorry for letting that out. My bad. Bad Bolo. Okay, so he says, why you start with the men? I start with the men because we are supposed to be the leaders. We are supposed to be the head of the household. We are supposed to be where it starts and stops. So this is why I start with the men, typically. I know you guys try to come up with that chivalry thing and say, well, ladies first and all that stuff. No, not here. We start with the men, typically. So with that being said, let's get into it, okay? So, number 1, I wish I had the Biggie countdown, the 1, 2, 3. I wish I had that because it would have been nice to just say 1 and hit the button and 1 would pop up. So, mental note, get that. So, with that being said, what men need to do before pursuing a woman, man? This thing is so important. And again, we always talk about the relationship. We always talk about, hey, what happens when this man and woman is in a relationship and things ain't going right and what we need to do, blah, 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 blah. We always do that. We always put the cart before the horse. We never talk about the preparation that men and women need to do before they get into that situation, right? Because in this society, on the Western side of the world, we do it all wrong. We do it all wrong. It's a cluster. It's just a cluster of nonsense. Everyone is trying to figure it out. Everyone is doing it on their own. Everyone is just doing their own thing, opposed to looking at the word and saying, how should we do it according to what the word wants? And a lot of the times, here on the Western side of the world, if it doesn't feel good, it ain't right. Right? And the way we were brought up is if it doesn't go with what we want it to go or how we want it to go, it's not right. So if the Lord's word don't match how we feel or how we want to do it, then the Lord is wrong. Right? Type a 1 if that's how this side of the world works. Because I'll tell you, that's how it works. When you sit there and you talk to somebody and they say to you, Well, my God ain't like that. And you sit there and say, your God. Okay, well, let's see. And then when you read the word and it says it's contrary to what they think, they sit there and go, now, what Bible you read? How many times have you heard that? Huh? I hear that so much that it's not funny. How many times have you heard? Press 1 for that. How many times have you heard, what Bible you reading? What version is that? And then you have to tell them, give me your version, man. Give me whatever Bible you got, and I'm going to show you what it says in your Bible, that it says the same thing, even though it's a different translation. Right? Because again, in their mind, they've come up with what they think it should be and how God should move in their brain. And God is wrong. God got it wrong. The creator of the universe got it wrong. Right? The beginning and the end got it wrong. Okay? The King of Kings got it wrong. The one that said, let there be light, got it wrong. We're going to do it our way. Right? We figured out that we know what marriage is, and we're going to change it to match how we want it to be on this side of the earth, right? We don't go to the word directly and read what it says and what that culture was. What we try to do is add our own personal feelings into it. This is why I tell you here that the Lord can care less about your personal feelings. What he does is he allows room for us to try and figure it out through our minuscule brain. And he allows us to get to the point where we say, you know what? We have to do it his way. Why? His way is perfect. His way is perfect. Why? Why is his way perfect? Because his way produces a man or a woman that is ready for that destination. That's what it does. It doesn't just put you in that situation and tell you, figure it out. Hey, figure it out. That's not how the true and living God is. The true and living God is going to create situations for you on the way to your destination to prepare you mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically, to prepare you for that destination so that when you get there, the man or the woman that you need to be, you are. So that when you are there and you need to do whatever it is that he has you to do, you are prepared emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and physically to do it. You've gone through the mental gymnastics. You've gone through the weightlifting spiritually. You've gone through what you needed to go through to get to where you needed to be. He didn't just put you in there. See, that's what Satan does. He makes you talk a good talk, and then when you get into that situation, he leaves you in that room. Satan is never going to do time with you. That's not how he moves. That's not his, how do they say, modus or motive operandi? That's not what he does. That's not what he does. He puts all these thoughts into your mind. He inspires you. He tells you to do these certain things, and he moves you a certain way. And then soon as you start to go through that jail, soon as they find you guilty, Satan is like, I'm out, brother. I'm gone. You have a good time, my G. I'm out. He ain't doing that time with you at all. You know who does that time with you? Christ. Christ does that time with you. Christ sits there and says to you, brother, when are you going to get it together? Sister, when are you going to get it together? Huh? When are you going to get it together? But check this out. Even though you've been listening to the enemy, I'm still here. In the darkness, when those gates close, when those bars close, I'm still here. After you finish taking that hit, I'm still here. After you finish robbing that person, I'm still here. I see what you can be. I know what you could be. Satan don't want you to become that. He wants to break you down. He wants to leave you the way you are, broken. What I want for you is to take that brokenness. Check this out, man. Let me show you how awesome Christ is. Let's take it off you for a second, because sometimes it's hard to see something when it's on you, right? It's hard to see it. So sometimes I try to use examples that are outside of the people or the person that I might be talking to, right? What is the worst thing that ever happened in history of man? What is the worst thing? All right, now, Village, I know you know the answer, but you may think it's a trick question. It's not a trick question. I promise you it's not. What is the worst thing that has ever happened in man's history? I will give you my Jeopardy music, and hopefully somebody gets it. Here we go. All right. All right. I don't see anyone typing anything. You know, I dislike the time difference between StreamYards but you know, it is what it is. What is the worst thing that has happened in history? In man's history of existence, in the existence of the world, in the existence of the universe, what is the worst thing that has happened? Does anybody know? And it's okay. If you don't know, press 2. If you don't know, press 2. It's okay. If you don't know, press 2. You do know the answer, but I promise you, you think it's a trick question, and it's not. If you do know the answer, put it in the chat. If you don't, press 2. It's okay. It's okay. I'm going to give you guys 6 more seconds, and then I'm going to give the answer. 6, 5. Good guess, Miss Epps. That is a big one. Good guess. She said Adam sinned. Good. That's a very good one. And that is top 5. Scam, like he said, fruit being eaten. You and Miss Epps are on the same vibe. That's a very good guess. Top 5, brother. Hell, maybe top 3. Not top 2. Top 3. Top 3. But that's not the answer. There's one worse than that. There's one worse than that. There's one worse than that. That's definitely top 5, bro. That Scam. You tapped in today. It's definitely top 5. Okay. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Scammer, Abel getting waxed by King. I told you top 5. Definitely. Good answer. Top 5. Okay, now you reset the 6-second thing, man. Every time you give an answer, it resets. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, here's the answer. The death of our Lord and Savior. That's the worst thing. On its face, the death and how he died. And how he died is the worst thing. But this is the thing that I want to show you. This is the awesomeness of God that I want to show you. He turned the worst thing that could have ever happened into the greatest thing that has ever happened to man. Do you understand that? He took the worst thing that could have ever happened, the worst thing that did ever happen, and made it the greatest thing that has ever happened to mankind. So I give you this example to say that no matter what you've done, the Lord can take what is broken. The Lord can take what is broke. The Lord can take what people think is useless and turn it into something grandiose or something also beautiful. The Lord can take what you think in your mind is wrong, make it right. Because you may not think this is the route that I need to go. You think Joseph thought the route that he went was the route that he needed to go to get to where he needed to be? You think that you think that in his mind that's what he was thinking? No, that's not what he's thinking. He wasn't thinking that. He wasn't saying to himself, oh, I got to go through this to get to where I need to be. None of us would take that route. This is why the Lord tells you have faith, man. Don't worry about what the destination is. Worry about where you are, man, because there are so many things that I need you to learn. And there are so many things that we don't learn because of the pain that we have, because of the trauma that we live in. And the Lord tells you, we have a deal. The deal is, yeah, the burden and the trauma is all yours. Well, the trauma and the pain is all yours. The burden belongs to me. Bring your burden, cast our burden upon the Lord. It is too heavy for man to carry, but yet man carries the burden, and this is why we get stuck. And what does Satan do? He piles on. He piles on. You're not worthy. Why does the Lord need you? Look in the mirror. Look at you. Look at everything you've done. The Lord don't need you. Y'all know that song. There was a blind man walking on the side. You know the song. He doesn't want you. He doesn't need you. When the Lord tells you, I deal with the broken, baby. I deal with the sick. That's who I came for. I didn't come for those that are good. For those that are healed, they're good. I came back for those that need a doctor. I came back for those that need healing. For those that have found happiness here, for those that have found their God here, for those that have become citizens here, you're good. You got your blessings. You got your reward. The Lord came back for those that say, I'm tired, Lord. My voice is starting to give it. I'm tired. I don't want to be here no more. I'm tired of this place. I'm tired of the evil. I'm tired of the misunderstanding of the word. I'm tired of people taking this word and throwing it out there and using the people. Usury. I'm tired of people saying, hit the Patreon, I'll give you the answer there. I'm tired of that. Don't y'all hate? This is one of the things I hate, right? When you might be at work, you're at work, right? And then you get that news. And the newscaster tells you, baby food that is being recalled. The food is no good. It's not good for you to eat. Tune in at 8 o'clock. And you're sitting there saying, my man, it's 12 p.m. right now. So you're telling me that you have the answer to what food I'm not supposed to feed my child, but you're going to wait for me to tell, you're going to wait to tell me at 8 p.m.? Because they want the clicks. They want the views at that time. I hate when they do that. Give the answer. Give it to them. Why would you wait? Now, I understand this is a business. I understand that people got to eat. I get it. I understand it. But there is a way to reconcile that. There is a way to balance that out. There's definitely a way. So with that being said, I hope you understand that no matter where you are, no matter who you are, in the eyes of the Lord, in the eyes of the Lord, you are his child. And there is nothing that you've done. There is nothing that you've done in your past that the Lord can't bring you back from. That was why he died on the cross. That was the purpose of him dying on the cross, to bring forgiveness to your past sins, not to a specific person, to all of us. To all of us that say, Lord, take me. Lord, I dedicate my life to you. To all of us that has accepted his death, right? We accept the death of Christ, to all of us. But the covenant is completed when we say, Lord, I will now die for you. See, that's where the people think differently. Nah, I got to live my life. I got to do me. I'm not doing it how the Lord want me to do it. I got to do me. Nah, I'm good. I hear that, brother. YOLO. You only get one life to live. One life to live. I'm going to do me. Well, do you. Because according to the scriptures, you don't get one life. You get resurrected, baby. Get resurrected. So, if you want to die here, you can. The Lord tells us, do not become citizens here. He tells us, listen, check this out, family. Partake not of her sin. Come ye out of her, my children. Keep your green cards. Don't rush to become a naturalized citizen, man, because all those people that are, they're going to have a problem with me. Because that means you have accepted what society has pushed. All right? So, the Lord can take the worst of us and make the best and most beautifulest thing he wants. I mean, look at Saul. Look at Paul. Paul was killing Israel. Paul was killing Israel. And Paul is one of the coldest cats in the scriptures. One of the coldest. So the Lord can do. I mean, you who may think you're frail and you may think you're insignificant, look at Peter. I mean, look at David, sorry. David was a sheep herder, man. He wasn't a warrior at first, but he had the spirit of a warrior. See, the Lord can work with that. They trying to give him all his armor. He's like, man, I don't need no damn armor. Keep all that armor. Keep it. I don't need it, my G. Thank you, though. All I need is 5 stones. Just give me 5 stones. And people don't understand why he took 5 stones. If you had faith in the Lord, why did you need 5 stones? Because Goliath had 4 other brothers. That's why. If you didn't know that, now you know. Okay? 1 stone for each. That's a hell of that. If that ain't accuracy, I don't know what is. Because you know why? He had a relationship with God. He knew what it was. He knew what it was. Who was this dude? Who was this cat? Who is he to talk against the chosen people of the Lord? Who is he? Does he not know who he's talking to? So, I hope that gives you an inclination that no matter where you are, you are usable. Okay? You're not broken. You're not trash. You're not garbage. The Lord ain't throwing you out. Those are the people the Lord wants. When David was looking for his mighty men, he wasn't looking for people that were polished. Go read the story of David. Vaughn said, and look how God changed his life. Absolutely. When David was looking for his mighty men, he was looking for broken people. Broken. Cats that had issues. And those dudes were loyal. All had the spirit, and they were all different nationalities. They weren't all Israelites. But they was family. There was one time David was thinking out loud. Vaughn knows the story. David is thinking out loud. They're in war. Okay, they're at war. And David is thinking out loud. And there was a well that they drank from over in the enemy's territory. Right? And David is thinking out loud like, damn, I wish I could drink from that well again, man. These 2 dudes went into the enemy with a glass of water. With a glass. To go get a glass of water to bring it back to their king. That 1 drop fell. David had to look at it and say, I can't drink this. This ain't for me. The honor belongs to the Lord. The obedience, the focus, the direction, the order. This ain't for man to drink. This is only dedicated to Christ. This can only be dedicated to God. But I got to be mindful of what I say out loud. You know what I'm saying? I got to be mindful of what the things that I say out loud. So, no matter where you are, no matter how dark you may think your life is, no matter how broken you think you are, The Lord works with that. That's his specialty. Okay? So don't think that you're not usable. You are. So, what men need to do before pursuing a woman. Ooh. Let's get the horns before we start. Okay, we off to the races. So, you have to know who you are, man. You have to know who you are. And what does that mean, Bolo? You have to know who you are. So many times people say that, but they don't give a breakdown to what that means. Rogue says, the Lord used majority broken, physical and mental, spiritual people, but they are times that we feel unworthy. Absolutely. And that's the humility of it. That's where the Lord kicks into the humility, where you think you're unworthy. Because those that are not broken, they always think that they're worthy. And that's not what the Lord is working with. Humility is the lifeline to divinity. Humility is the lifeline to divinity. The Lord could have came in on a spaceship with all the angels, all of the cherubim, the seraphim, the ark, and he could have came with all of them. But he didn't. He rode in on a donkey. So if that doesn't speak to humility, I don't know what. So you have to know who you are, man. And you know, cats always say, well, what does that mean? Because here in these YouTube streets, and even when you look outside in the real world, they'll give you these beautiful articulated statements, but then they don't go intricately into it to actually use a scalpel to cut into and say, what does that mean? Know who you are. A man without identity will try to make a woman his identity. Ooh. I'm going to be called a simp for this. I'm going to be called weak for this. I'm going to be called all sorts of names. I'm going to be called all sorts of things. But I promise if you rock out with your boy and if my voice can, you know, if my throat and everything can take it, we'll get to the women, guys. We'll get to it, all right? But we got to deal with the brothers first. So know who you are. A man without identity will take or will try to make a woman his identity. Okay? He'll try to break her down. When this is supposed to be about you, she's supposed to be tapping into your leadership, right? But you have none. So you become a leech. You become a succubus. Okay? That leads to control. Don't we see that on YouTube, ladies? Don't we see guys that just want to take control and they just want to put their foot on your throat? And they call that godly. They call that a man of God. Right? So that leads to control, insecurity. You see that in the conversations. Sometimes when the women be getting out of order, these dudes get offended. Your job is not to get offended. Your job is to figure out why she's out of order. Your job is to find out why is she moving erratic and try to understand and try to bring it back so that, you know, calm them down. That's your job. Not to get emotional with them, right? So it leads to insecurity. So you can be talking about the men, and then one brother will say, well, what about the women? And you'd be like, my man, we're talking about men. When we talk about the women, I promise you, we'll get to the women. We'll get to the women, I promise you. It turns into insecurity and chaos. So you need to know your purpose, your values, and your direction in life. You have to have that, right? For example, you have these guys, these men that try to impress these women with these dates and these trips. And you know that ain't you. And that's what you led with. But here's the point. Here's the problem, rather. You can't continue up that facade. And then when you get broken down, you blame her when it was you. Please hit the like as you come in. Subscribe. I know I don't say it enough. Like, subscribe, comment. I know I don't say it often enough, right? So this is what you tend to do, right? This is what you do. So this is not how the Lord wants men to be, man. So you tend to live a lifestyle that you know you're not living, but you're trying to impress this person, this woman, because you want to reach into you want to reach into a pot you know you're not. It's out of your league. But instead of knowing who you are, right? Because when you know who you are, you know what you need. When you know who you are, you know what you need for you. You don't look at what everyone else wants or needs. You tap into what you need. You tap into what's happy, what's gonna make Vaughn good, what's gonna make Bolo good, what's gonna make Scam good, what's gonna make Scorch good. Because every man is different. It's not gonna be the same thing. But when you have no vision and you have no sight, you tend to take and follow everyone else. Okay, you don't have your own. You follow everyone else. And what does that become? Control. What does that become? Insecurity, because you don't know what you're trying to do. So because you don't know what you're trying to do, you're erratic. Because you don't know what you're trying to do, you have no plan. You have no direction. And that's the problem. Know who you are. Right? I use this example all the time. No matter what the economy is, Lamborghini always advertise towards their core people, right? Towards those that want their car. They don't change up. They don't advertise to the average man trying to make it. They advertise towards the 10%, the 1%. They don't care about everyone else. They only care about who they are going after. It should be the same with you. You shouldn't care about everybody else. You should only care about who you are trying to attract or who you are going out there to look for as a man. You shouldn't be trying to make yourself available to every woman, because then you make yourself unattractive to everybody. That's the point. So, that's number one. Right? That's number one. You got to know who you are, man. You know, I give this example all the time, right? And sometimes it gets corny, but I give this example. I'm the example guy, right? And sometimes I could be long-winded. So forgive me for doing that. If you have a diamond and you found it, right? I don't care how you found it. We're not going to go into that. But you found it. And you instruct these jewelers to cut it a certain way. You get it certified. I mean, you spit. They are diamonds. There's a diamond, the biggest diamond at the time. It took them years before they even cut it, to analyze it. What cut are we going to make it its most beautiful, to get all the clarity we need? Because there's different types of cuts, right? Princess cut and emerald cut. There's different types of cut. What are we going to do with this? They had to make special tools for this diamond. So anyway, you did the work. You now have the clarity. You now have the certifications. You spent the money. Your diamond is now worth a cool $100,000, my brother. And here it is. Bolo comes across and says, hey, I'll offer you $20,000 for it. You should say no. Hey, another person comes, I'll order you $40,000. You should say no, but most people will take that $40,000. Most people won't thug it out and wait for that perfect person or as close as you're going to get to it, right? A lot of men sell out. They take a short. You don't wait. I've seen a lot of men take more time in getting their credit right than for them to get to know somebody spiritually. They think because you bet a woman, because you sleep with the woman, that means you know them. No, brother. Nah. What you just created was a soul tie. And you don't know what kind of spirits that she had that now she put on you. You don't know. You have no clue. You have no clue at all. But you sold $100,000 diamond for $40,000. You sold $100,000 for $50,000. You sold $100,000 for $60,000. Hell, you sold the $100,000 for $70,000. You don't wait at all. And you blame everybody else but the man that sold the diamond, you. I was on a stage with somebody. And they were talking about women not being worthy. I forget what the topic was. Women ain't worthy of something, or they don't care, or some nonsense, right? And there was this one dude that kept calling women birds. Women are birds. They're birds. They're birds. They're birds. They're not worthy. I'm staying sucker free in 2025 and blah, 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 blah. I mean, that was a spiel. And every man has the right to his own spiel. You know, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. If that's what you came up with, that's what you came up with. So I just said, can I just ask one question? Well, a few questions. Yeah, sure, Bolos. Okay. Are you in a relationship? Yes. Are you married? No. Do you have a woman at home? No, I got a bird. I said, hold on. So you're telling cats to stay sucker free, and sucker free meaning no birds. But yet you got one at home? Yeah, you ain't qualified to talk, dog. And he got upset at me. And I wasn't trying to make it personal because I don't know him like that. Right? I don't know him like that. But how are you talking about you ain't dealing with birds and how birds you're disrespecting, how they're not worthy of this, how they're not worthy of that, but yet you talking about one? I don't understand. But you went, that's like me, I'm a chicken hunter. I hunt chickens. And all the brothers come up, Scam, Vaughn, Anthony, and Scorch. Hey, Bowler, we're going to go hunt quail. I don't hunt quail, dog. I don't eat quail. I eat chicken. I don't eat quail. Now, come on. I get dressed, I put on the garb, the light orange and all that stuff. And then I partake in the hunt for quail and then get upset at the quail. I didn't have to go. But this is what we do. No, you're the sucker. Because here's the thing. If you're going to call them birds, you had to put up the clothes to go hunt birds. You had to go where the birds live. The birds didn't come to you. You went to the birds. The birds didn't change. You did. So that makes you the bird, not them. You're the bird. So this is the point of what I'm saying when we have no direction, when we blame everybody else opposed to saying, you know what, I'm going to blame me. I need to have direction. You're never going to get 100% of what you want. It doesn't make sense for you to wait for someone to give you 100,000. But I'm going to wait to get as close to 100,000 as I can. You know why? There are no perfect people for you. There is no perfect person for you. You make that person perfect for you by growing together, going through the bad times. The good times I can care less about. I don't need a plan for the good times. I don't. In the good times, you reminisce about the bad times. It's the bad times that are important for me. Can you weather the storm? Will you be there for me when I'm down and out? Will you be there? Even though I'm not acting the way you think I should be acting, will you hold me down? That's the question. These are the things that we're going to reminisce when we're sitting there on the beach drinking a Mai Tai. Remember that time, man, when it was crazy? Yep. That's what you remember. That's what bonds are built on, the bad times. So this is why the Lord is tempering us. Tempering means making you strong from the inside out, not from the outside in. So that is you knowing who you are. Knowing who you are means you're going to know what type of woman you need. I need this type of woman. I'm not settling for this type of woman. Okay? So that's the first step. Vaughn said, you grow in grace together. Absolutely. Rogue says, you can't let it go for 85.90. You can let it go for 85.90. Laugh out loud. Little discount can be okay. Yeah. Listen, you may let it go for 75. You don't know. You don't know. You grow. The Lord gives you that sight. That sight that Lionel had. That sight beyond sight that Lionel had, where you're able to see things. And the Lord says, nah, this is the woman, man. This is that woman. I know right now you don't see it, but feel me on it. Big brother number one in the building. What's the deal, yo?
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm all right, man. The Lord bless me. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
How you feeling?
Oh, I'm all right. Tired, but okay.
All right.
Crazy few days. It's been good.
Okay, so you ready to be called a simp? Because today we talking about right now we on the men. Right now we're talking about what we need to do before you get a woman. What men need to do before they get a woman, and what women need to do before they get a man. So we on the men first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the first thing, I know you want to add to this. The first thing I said was know who you are. A man without identity will try to make a woman his identity. That leads to control. It leads to insecurity and chaos. You need to know your purpose, your values, and your direction in life.
Nah, I had nothing to say about that one. That's true. That's a good jump off. Yep.
Nice. So we're going to move on. Miss Francis says, if men and women would read Proverbs 31 verses 1 through 9, talks to the men. Verses 10 through 31 talks to the women. If they would read God's word, they will see their responsibilities. Ooh. I'll give you that. I will give you that. I like that. So step 2, be stable. Now, what does that mean? That means spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and financially. Okay. A woman doesn't need perfection, but she does need to see that you can carry yourself and not collapse under responsibility. What say you on that, big brother?
What's the first part of it again?
Be stable, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and financially. A woman doesn't need perfection, but she does need to see that you can carry yourself and not collapse under responsibility.
Yeah. Okay. Technically, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But to me, the caveat is going to be, where are you at that point in time? The average man is not stable until about the age of 30. So the life of a person who is on their purpose will not be one of stability. Stability is what happens when you become established. Prior to that, it is a bunch of instability. So now the question is, do you have a woman that can support you in your purpose? that would be probably better, in my opinion, than stability. And here's why. And this is not when the person said this, I was very it took me back, and I had to think about it for a second. And I said, okay, well, I could rock with this. But he said the difference of it is like an IKEA marriage, right? Right. And here's why it was said this way, right? When you first get married, your house is not the same as it's going to be when you're further along. For example, when you first get married, you guys get your first apartment or even your first house, however it goes, right? And you don't go to high-end stores to get, this high-end furniture to put into your house, unless you really have the money. The majority of people don't,
Right.
right? The majority of people don't. They are scrounging. And so they'll go get something from like IKEA. It looks nice, but the majority of the time you have to put it together. And it's something that you have to work with and work on. And people will have their house, and it's not that it won't look nice, and it's not that it probably won't even last quite a while, right? But it's not the stuff that you're looking to have later on or as you continue to grow. Those things change. And so the question is, and that's why I say it, is it someone that you can build with during this whole time, right? Is it someone like the quote unquote Proverbs 31 woman, right? Do you have that woman building with you? Now you can't be slacking, right? There's no way for the dude to be slacking in this frame, but they become stable together versus someone being stable and somebody coming alongside of them to be it. And I'm saying that in a quote unquote in regards to monetary type situations in general, but it even goes into the personality, because a person coming out of high school at 17 to 18, young men coming up out of high school are going to be different than a young man at 21. He's going to be different than a young man at 25, right? That doesn't mean that person doesn't have a good moral character. He just doesn't know what he doesn't know. Now, if he surrounds himself with good people of like character, he sits and learns from those who have come before him on what not to do and how to move, and is mentored and everything else. You're still in that state of flux, but you start to move more toward stability. It doesn't matter if you would have hit the lottery and
Right.
and get 500 mil. It wouldn't matter, because the way you would operate at 18 would be different than the way you would operate at 30.
Now, here's
So
the thing.
that's where I would
This
go.
this is talking about before the dude goes and get a woman. See what you said prior, that having that mentorship and having an idea of a direction. Now again, you are not that dude that you need to be until you get there, which is 100% correct. But you have that understanding that, listen, this is what I need to do, right? I need to get this right. I need to get my connection to God right. Okay. I need to get my mental right. So if I need to get therapy, I need to get it right. Now, sometimes, like you said, at 18, you may not know how to do it. You may not know it. And if you're surrounded by men that are on that journey already, they can pull you by your coattails and pull you down. But you have already a direction of which way you're going. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But I guess when we say anytime to me personally, when someone says stability, it means established. Now that could be physically or mentally, right? I just don't believe that anyone is that established yet. So I would have to say, that's why I said what I was saying. You would have to have someone, or do you have a woman? So for example, we talk about we talk about all the time, right? That a man should be seeking after God first and foremost. And that the woman that God has for him should be seeking after God. So that when they both come together, they're not trying to use each other to be a whole, even though they become whole, right? They become one, but they shouldn't be using each other to fulfill themselves in regards to their mental state or whatever else, right? They should already have that portion and following God and trying to do things in living in a way that honors and pleases God versus trying to honor and please someone else. Because by default, if that's successful, then your relationship together will be successful. It becomes the byproduct of versus the reason for, if you will.
Gotcha.
Can I possibly interject?
Absolutely. We will get to you in a second.
No, because this is men talk, not women.
Understood.
Well, what's going on, man? Yeah, you're
Good
allowed.
evening, gentlemen.
How you doing?
I am well. Mr. Anthony, I definitely agree, but I do disagree. I'm gonna have to give you a little pushback, just a little bit.
Okay,
Because,
go for it.
when it comes down to what attracts women, especially women who are connected to God, it's more so we fall in love with potential. So necessarily, you don't even have to be established. For a lot of women, you just have to have a plan. So even for that 18-year-old, if he's coming out and there's a young lady coming right behind him, if he seems to have a plan, if he seems to be faithful, doing what he's supposed to do in his purpose, like Mr. Bolo was saying earlier, having his identity in God, most of the time we're going. It doesn't really matter the age range for most women. That's why you have these women who will follow men, thinking that they're about to make it to the NBA or the NFL because they have a plan. Even if they don't, even if, God forbid something happens, there's still that potential that a woman is going to be attracted to. Because we also want that leadership for most cases. We want that man with the plan who can show us, okay, this is how things are going to go and this is where we're going in that direction. So even with your example of the IKEA marriage, you have that instruction book, you have a plan. So that's why I agree with you.
Okay.
But outside of that, I think the wording makes a
Wait
difference.
a minute. Hold on. What's the disagreement? I want the disagreement too.
I mean, so the disagreement.
I think the wording was more or less.
Yeah, it's the wording.
I think it's the wording.
Oh, okay.
I think it's the wording. I don't think it was, because this is the thing, and I say this, Ant and I say this all the time. It really isn't the plan. Well, let me say this: when you're dealing with a woman that knows what she wants, right? It's really not the plan that she's trusting. It's the man, because plans fail. Plans fail. So if it was the plan that she, and we're talking about a righteous woman, a woman that's striving to be righteous. If it was the plan that she was caught up on, then when the plan fails, she's bouncing. But it's the man. Now, don't get it twisted. We know that the plan is a part of it. That, this dude, he's not one that's just going to sit on his behind and not make something happen. He's going to figure it out. This might just not be the plan for us to make happen, but it's his direction. It's that he's not a dude that just sits on his behind. He's going to make something shake, as they say in the streets. He's going to make it shake. This may knock him down, but he's going to get back up. So it's really the man you're trusting, right? Because plans fail. When you look at these, you look at Jeff Bezos' ex-wife, it wasn't the man she trusted, it was the plan. They didn't know that Amazon was going to be where the hell it is today. But because of the man and who he was, because of the go-getter he was, if that makes sense. I don't know if you guys want to push back on that or whatever, or what you think on that.
I mean, I do. Because, yes, like even using Mr. Anthony's example, sometimes IKEA might give you a screw or a missing screw, an extra screw or a missing screw. So, yes, technically the plan can always have, some type of fall through. But I still think for most cases, when you as men have a plan, you always have a backup for the most part. So even if things kind of fall through, and that's where I'm like, yes, I agree with trusting the man, but that's even why I advise most women you can't really even just fall in love with the potential of a man anymore because you have to see how he moves. You have to see when things don't go his way, is he going to regroup and reconsider and, be a little more flexible, be a little more bendy. Because a lot of times, especially I always tell men this, y'all don't date y'all selves. So a lot of these men in these streets who claim to be whatever they claim to be, they're too rigid. They're not able to regroup or even handle, not being successful well. That's why they also handle rejection like they handle, and we see it on YouTube.
Okay. Mr. Vaughn Bryant, what's going on, brother?
Wow, peace and blessings, everybody. How you doing?
Good
Good. How
evening.
you feeling, sir?
I'm blessed. I'm blessed. Wow, now wait a minute, Bolo. You saying all this stuff now,
Oh,
and
here
but
we
but
go.
but how long you been married?
Me?
Yeah,
30 years.
30. What about you, brother Ant? Oh, he must have stepped away.
2025. No.
25. Wow.
2020. No. I'm counting back. So it's 2025 now. So
Do the math.
27.
27. Okay, now look, and here I am at 24 years. Now, some would argue that, we're not in the game anymore. So how could we give any of this advice? Because, you out of the game, Bolo.
Right.
It's been a while since you've been in the game, right? Isn't that what they say in a lot of these panels?
Yeah.
So how could you dare drop some wisdom and knowledge on the situation? You see what
You want the answer to that? I got the answer
how
for
is
it. You
that
ready?
possible, brother?
Oh, here's the
Yeah,
answer to that
go
question.
Yeah, that's easy.
I'm just being the devil's advocate right
I
now.
know you are. First off, the Lord's words never change.
Yep.
It's timeless.
Exactly.
The only thing that you can say, has changed is the reach. That's it. At times cats used to be able to just talk to the woman around the block. Now you can talk to a woman across the sea. That's the only thing. You still have to know how to talk to her. You still have to know how to mentally, emotionally, and spiritually move her. You know what I'm saying? And be able to create an environment that she can understand, a safe environment, and physically stimulate her in all these different ways. So these cats don't, they're not tenacious enough or malleable enough to understand the different types of women that are out there, to understand how to take what the Lord has given them to make it for them palatable, if that makes sense. So.
Wow. And then, wow, that was excellent, And then when they hear seasoned men speak on the issue, I don't know why they don't run to that wisdom, but they run from it.
I can tell you exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because let me just say this real quick. There is a prerequisite before you try to entreat a woman. Do you see what I'm saying? And Bolo hit on some of those points. Yes. Number one, we have to first establish ourselves, and sometimes it's okay. Like the sister said, I love what Sister Rogue said, about having a plan. If they at least have a plan, and it seems feasible, then she can possibly support and follow along. But the problem is, brother, many of us don't have a plan now. You see what I'm saying? We don't think ahead that way. And I think that's where we kind of mess up at times. You see what I'm saying? We don't take enough time to get our own self established. You see, how can you take care of someone else when you're barely taking care of yourself? So that's it.
I'm gonna say this before Big Ant get in, and then Scam and Mo Love. Um, a lot of the times, I see a lot of the times the problems that we have here is that you have men trying to not. Well, men are not understanding women, and it's vice versa, right? Love translates different for men than it does for women. And when you hear these talking points that these men have on YouTube, they're trying to not understand what love looks like to a woman. They process things different. Our brains are just different. And when you don't understand the other side of the brain, meaning the woman's side, this is why you have these talking points that they have and these arguments that are stupid that they have, right? Because no one is listening to each other. No one is hearing each other's perspective. They're just feeling instead of using logic to search out. See, logic is not a bad thing. Emotions is not a bad thing. But when you use emotion to search out logic, this is where we have a problem, right? We need to use logic to search out emotion. Why am I feeling this way? Should I be feeling this way? Is it because of me this situation happened, or is it because of that person? And you have these different things and these different answers. Ant says something, even the dude, the avatar that he has, a question mark. What do you always say that we need to do? Are we
asking the right question?
That's what it is. Are we asking the right questions? Are the questions that these men are asking while they're on these panels, are they asking to truly gain clarity and understanding to why things are not working? Or are they asking these questions because they're hurt and they just want to get their point across and they just want to talk? Why are they asking these questions? And I think that's a big thing. I don't know if any of you want to talk to that point. I wish Mo Love was up here, but I don't know if any of you guys want to talk to that point. Scam, what's going on, baby?
What's good? Can you hear me?
We can hear you perfect.
The question Von Bryan asked, how come people aren't seeking out the men with the years and the experiences?
Good question.
Unfortunately, now there are some good men in successful marriages, and there's some good people like and trust. Then there's everybody else.
Yeah.
Some of these people got followings, 276,000 subscribers, and allegedly are married, and they got some robotics traditional wife that can read a script and get up here. Yep, all's traditional. I do everything my man says because he black. Yeah, you got some of those. People be lying. Some married people pitching them the same talking points as the single people, trying to get money out of them. Or a lot of them who are married today ain't gonna be married tomorrow. Or they sound like the married person who told them to get out there and simp 5 years ago and got them in that bad situation. So, or they just don't want to do it. You got those too. They really just came to argue and fight with women's all day because, and they're not really for information, but it's a combination of it. It's only a small percentage of people who want answers or want change or want something different. A lot of people seek the thing that they already are. But yeah, that's just my answer for that.
You ain't used. I can see you ain't used to a place where you can just talk. you used to a place where people are arguing and fighting with you, aren't you?
Yeah, and I always come with a red dot on my forehead.
Because Scam, when you listen to Scam, usually like, let me finish. Right now, Scam got all the room and he just don't know how to act. He got this whole room to himself.
He's like that guy on Twilight Zone that got his glasses broke when he had all the books.
Yeah, I'm used to making it short because somebody wants to say trust.
That's a good one, brother.
They gotta argue. But
I would also, just to build on what he was saying and to what Vaughn was talking about earlier as well. I would say a lot of the things that we see also is that men no longer create. Back in the day, even when I was coming up, There was not really, there was some, but there was not really this lack of this big, huge bowl of nothingness, right? Where men existed in realms of nothingness, right? Someone was always doing something. There was always, some cases there was a hustle going in regards to it, but it wasn't a bad hustle. But there was a guy that, you know, he started his own business, you know, taking care of yards, right? Now he might charge cheaper than everybody else and everything else, and he might be pushing the lawnmower everywhere he goes, right? But he was working, he was doing stuff, and he had aspirations. Sometimes he was just using it to make some extra cash. Sometimes it was, you know, he was in the process of getting bigger and better. It was always something that was happening when it came down to create. There was no living per se, and letting someone take care of it. As things progressed within mid to late 80s, 90s, keep going on and on, it seems like men became less and less creators and more and more and more, for lack of better terms, takers, right?
Mm.
And it's really, that's a hard, you would think that that would be the easier way to live, but it's not. It's actually the worst way to live, because when as a man progressive, he has a need to create, he has a need to grow, he has a need to be more than himself in many ways. And it's one of the reasons why, even in things that when men have a sense of accomplishment, when they have accomplished something that they have set their mind to, there is a feeling for this that this guy has that is you can't really describe it, right? And some psychologists call it the for lack of a better term, it's not God complex, but it was I forgot how the phrase went, but basically you have like a glimmer of God, right? Why? Because God created something out of nothing, right? But he also told us to pretty much to go out and to, when he talks about, even in Genesis, you know, being, you know, fruitful and multiply and have dominion over this, and this, and all these other things. That's this element of being able to create, not something out of nothing. We don't do the ex nihilo, but man is able to bend the environment to his will in certain cases. He's able to take things that is established and to literally create from that, right? That's why when you see someone that is really good at a specific craft to the point where it's just, you know, it is mesmerizing, the work that they can do, be it in whatever they're doing. It could be it could be an artist in his sculpting or his painting or whatever else, a musician with his music, a metal worker with the metals and things that he pour into and he works with, and you know, all of these things, to take something and to bring out the best in it to where it becomes in many ways it becomes that literal work of art, and whatever it is. Doesn't matter if you're it doesn't matter if you're restoring cars. It doesn't matter if you're, you know, one of the best chefs in the world. It doesn't, you know, you the high-tech genius of whatever the case may be. It doesn't matter in all those regards. It's the fact that you are able to do it. And it just brings that sense of accomplishment. And there are a lot of men that are out there today that really and truly have not had a sense of accomplishment outside of when they got, you know, they got people clapping for them because they used the toilet for the first time when they were 2, right? That's as far as it got, right? So
the standard's not low now.
Yeah, well, yeah, right. Because if nothing, if nothing is if there is no standard and nothing is required, right? Where does the escalation happen?
Yeah.
Right. And this is one of the things. And so when the questions are asked, yeah, you're right. Yeah, they should be flocking to people who have been able to do it and become successful, not only in marriages, but in jobs and businesses and
Can I ask a
finance and
question?
whatever the case. That was the whole aspect of having those things. Yeah, go ahead.
So, Mr. Anthony, just for clarification purposes, would you say
Mhm.
men are bored? Because to me, it sounds like you're saying that, especially generations, like maybe my generation or whatever, these men are having way too much idle time.
I'm not saying that. I put it like this: boredom means that you've technically done all that you can do, and you have
Mm,
nothing left to do.
mm-hmm,
The fact of the matter is, there's no expectation. That's even
mm.
worse.
Okay.
When there's no expectation, I mean, think about it. Think about it. Think about the relationships that you see, right? Just in general, you can say celebrity relationships, relationships from family members that you know, and everything else. Think of the most think of the most successful relationships that you know, and then think of the relationships that suck that you know, and then think about what goes on in both sets of relationships. Who has the higher expectations?
The successful one.
Exactly. And it's
I mean,
not
I
just
even
men.
asked this.
It's not just the men. And here's the deal: it's not
Mm-hmm.
just the men, the women expecting of the men, and the men expecting of the women, but them expecting of themselves. And that's one of the things when they're, if you can sit there and hear people say, man, guys nowadays, they ain't nothing but Madden kings. They sit on the PlayStation all day and they do this and this and this and this and this and this and this. And they can't do nothing, but they don't can't do anything but blah 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 blah. Right? Well, who set that expectation for that to be? No one talks about that. No
Well,
one.
even to your point about, getting accolades for using the bathroom at 2 years old, I always make the argument because I'm a mother to a young boy, and unfortunately, I see a lot of times in our society for young black boys, there's no rite of passage. Like other cultures, other ethnicities, they actually have like a rite of passage. When you turn 13, you have a bar mitzvah. And there is a expectation of manhood at these rite of passages that we don't see our young black boys getting. And then, I've had arguments on YouTube about this. It's when they are experiencing a sexual conquest. That's when these boys are now considered men in America. And that's an issue to me because it has to be more outside of that than anything else just to be a man, at least nowadays.
You know what the problem
Well,
is to that? The
wow,
problem is to that.
that's a
The,
great point. I'm going
it's a
to
great
address
point.
that. Go ahead. Go
The
ahead.
problem is to that, Rogue, is that you have the reason why we don't have that rite of passage anymore is because now you have the 40-year-old, he's 20. His
Mhm.
thought process is that of a teenager now. Everybody wants to be young. No one wants to, be that, you know, older guy that people will come to and have that information. You got cats that are 45 years old talking like they 12. So that's why that rite of passage is gone, because now you have the youngins out there just flailing in the wind trying to figure it out themselves, because you having this guy who's 35, 45 that's having a midlife crisis himself. He's lost himself. He doesn't know himself because he didn't have that example. Our degradation in manhood has been for a minute. So now it's like the minority of men in our community, since you brought it up, the reason why they move the way they move is because they look at it as like, listen, I can get shot for saying what I need to say that's truthful. For me to try and talk to this youngin and get him right, I can get shot for it. So you know what? I'm gonna keep my mouth closed and continue pushing on. And this is where those men that are in Christ, what weapon is formed against you can take you over. Can't. when you're in Christ. So Christ causes us to go into these neighborhoods. Christ causes us to go into these areas to talk to these young men and say, listen, what you're doing is wrong and how you're moving, your thought process is wrong. And there's a lot of pushback, right? Because, it's hard to deconstruct something that you've been doing for 30 years and say, okay, we got to stop that. It's hard. This is where the patience come in with the men. This is where the patience come in to say, listen, it's not going to happen overnight. Vaughn, after you go, I want to get Mo Love in because Mo Love didn't get anything in.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it real quick because Sister Rowe really brought out a great point, about our young men and their right to passage, as we call it, something that used to be, and she said that it's based on, their sexual appetite, and I get that because that's exactly what we're seeing. It's based on that versus integrity and dignity and self-discipline. You see what I'm saying? We're not instilling these type of things into our young people, you see. And so I thought she really brought out a great point. And I really appreciate your answer too, Bolo, because you spoke to it very well. But yeah, definitely, man, it's what are the examples that these young people have to go by?
Scam, before you go on and let Vaughn finish,
Cool.
Bro, get in before you go back, Scam, because Mo Love's been up here for a minute. She hasn't said anything. Mo? We can't hear you. You're on mute. There you go.
Hey, I can wait. I can wait till after Scam goes.
Okay, go ahead, Scam.
It's not complete pushback, but rite of passage and these young people out here today, they were raised by these old people today. So everything that falls on them is a reflection of leadership. A lot of issue I see with rite of passage, like they do in other countries, is they're actually colonizing them. This is internal instead of external colonization. It's because your last name is this is what you got to do, versus getting to know your kids and finding out what God called them to do. It's what the parents choose that they're going to call to do. We're actually dumping some of their insecurities and their survival mode instincts into the children. And the way the world is going now, that doesn't fly with the children. It doesn't work. And then going back and shaming them. Hey, man, how come you didn't do it the way you're supposed to be? You're supposed to support. They never bought into it. They got forced into it. And the timing could have been off, or their vision, or what they were actually called to do and who they were supposed to be off. Or they look at the parent like, hold up, you off. You write a passage. Where you at? You dusty.
Well, let me say this to that. Then Mo,
not all. I'll say that.
No, not. We never speak to the absolute. Okay. Let me say this. To what you said pertaining to the leadership, there is none. So that's where we failed as a majority. There is no leadership for these young dudes, for these young kids. There's not enough, right? This is why the Lord says that there's plenty of work, but the laborers are few. You have to understand why, when you look at the older men and why they, in most situations, why they do what they do. They've gone through so much pain, they don't want to relive it. And then when they do give that information, like you said, that's a very good point. Like you said, when they give the information and they try, and the young man fails at doing what they tried to give them the information to do, they always inject themselves. And we have to understand that this young man is not you. And they're not going to do things the way you did it. So even when we give the information, we give the information with our fear. Instead of giving the information to the young men and saying, listen, this is how I did it. Now, you don't got to do it the way I did it, but this is how I did it. And this is how my thought process came from it. We give this information to these youngins without that context to it. Well, all women are like this and such, but you don't give the point that you did something wrong to cause that woman to move the way you did. You the one that was looking for birds. You went bird watching. but you don't give that information to him. So you already implant into him a fear, and he's just a continuation of your thought process because of what you did. So it's you're definitely right? Because there is no leadership. We failed these young cats.
And can I just say this, Bolo? Definitely, I would definitely say that, yes, the ball has been dropped. But at some place, we have to pick it back up.
Absolutely.
Do you see what I'm saying? So it's not too late to pick the ball back up.
It's never.
And instill some of these characteristics and share some of them with our younger men that are growing up to be grown men. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
We've got to start when they're young. You see, this is not something that can always be taught when they're already set in their ways. You see,
so
we
very
have to
good
teach
point.
them at the age of toddlers. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? And teach them at that age.
That's a good
I just
point.
wanted to say that.
But that's why we're doing this, right? Because so many people, when you look at these panels, they're talking about after you're in a relationship. So, that's why I was like, let's talk about before you get into it. You know what I'm saying? Because we have so many men trying to learn to be husbands and fathers while they're in the relationship, and it affects the relationship. These are things that you should have at least a foundation of it already. Now, you're not going to be perfect at it because you haven't done it yet, but you should already know. How does a man find the wife? He has to be a husband, right? Because he knows what he needs. So he's out there looking for that, right? And she wasn't a wife when he found her, but she had that foundation already. So that's why, it was put on my heart to say, what, let's talk about these things before we get into it. So sorry that we kept you waiting so long, Mo Love. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Yeah, I've just been listening. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
I think a big issue, I know we've touched on how a lot of people saw trauma and growing up, like love mixed with pain and inconsistency. So it starts confusion at a young age. And I also notice everybody wants love, but we live in a me society. So a lot of people aren't willing to um, go through the process that it takes to build it. And we look at like the fairy tale side of it without the foundation. And we want the blessing without, truly having to build that thing. But anything real is going to test us, and in love, like true love will expose like your patience, it'll expose your pride, your pain. And if you're not rooted, then you'll start thinking that struggle means it's not meant to be. And growth and comfort, I've learned, can't live in the same space. And if you really want something that's going to last, you have to be willing to go through the seasons, that challenge you, because storms are not meant to destroy what is supposed to be solid. They reveal what's real, and you're supposed to get through those things together. And most people don't make it because the moment it stops feeling comfortable or easy, um, they will assume something is wrong. But love isn't just what you feel emotionally, it's true endurance. It's staying when it feels inconvenient. And those are the moments when you're supposed to pray, when it's the most confusing, and you continue to choose each other when it's uncomfortable. So we live in a society where everything is temporary satisfaction. And if we can't get past that, what feels comfortable in the moment, then we won't grow and we won't experience true love.
That was definitely perfectly said. Um, and you kind of went into my third point. You kind of went into the third point because again, she's 100% correct. People marry for the love of feeling, for the feeling of love. They don't marry for the action of it, right? And cats, for some reason, don't understand that love is an action. It's an action. right? It invokes a feeling. And I use this example. It's a violent example, but I use it. If I slap somebody, that person's going to want to take my arm off. So the action of the slap created that emotion of them wanting to take my arm. So the action of love is what invokes that feeling. Because understand something. Because you love someone don't mean you're going to like them all the time. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have arguments. You're going to have fights. There's going to be times like, you know what, yo, Aunt, do me a favor, brother, you know, and Aunt, call me your bowler. I need help. Duke, what you need? After I help him, all right, bro, we back to not talking. I'll talk to you next week. You know what I'm saying? That we go through those things, right? That love, and this is what people trip me out when I fell out of love with them. You ain't love them. You didn't love that man. You ain't love that woman. I don't understand how you fall in love, because that's not the love that we're searching for in Christ. It's mind-boggling how that happens. It's mind-boggling to me. But let's go into the third point. Now remember, all of this means you already have a relationship with God. Okay? All of this is predicated on you having a relationship with God, praying and all that stuff. So 3, heal your wounds. This is what Mo Love just talked about. Don't drag childhood trauma, or try not to drag childhood trauma, mother wounds, or past relationship baggage into a new love. Deal with your broken places, so you don't bleed on the woman who didn't cut you. Big hand, floor is yours.
Hey, well, go ahead. Whoever the floor is theirs.
Yeah.
No, go for it, Scam. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Scam. I guess the floor's open now.
The things that you said sound fantastic. I hate to say it and be
I hear a butt coming.
And at the end of the day, I'm single, so I can't sit here and say I got all the answers. I'm Mr. Know-It-All.
None of us do.
But I do know that the majority of people that you see out here, without God, almost like a direct source, him sitting in the living room, they do not have the relationship skills. They do not have the love or the ability to love. Starting in the mirror. They don't like the person that they already are, and they don't like the person that they're trying to date.
That's a good point.
It's not there. Parents don't have a concept of love, or a lot of people have pieces of love and not the whole thing. Like, I love you because I paid the bills. You're going to pay the bills anyway. I love you because I go to work. I put clothes on your back. What's you going to do? Send the kids out naked? Come on, man. Or, you know, it's in pieces, but it's not, I love you, so I'm going to show you that. I'm going to show you that I'm putting you first. I'm going to take the time and listen and hear you out and build you up for who you are. I had a plan for you before you were born. Or I'm going to provide a space, like they meet the woman. I'm going to get to know you for who you are and try to provide the best space that fits you so you can be the best that you can. And in return, it's going to make the relationship, it's just not there. And when you throw pain, the effect of not having that, and then running out here in these streets, the traumas and the stuff that's going on, it takes a toll to the point where now the people are incapable of love.
So would you say, okay, that's a very good point, right? But this goes back to what Vaughn was saying, right? The continued merry-go-round and the process of that pain and trauma being, you know, leveled down to child to man, you know, man, child, because we haven't taken the time to break that cycle. So again, we can only affect the side of the pond or the side of the garden that we're in.
True.
Right? So, you know, this is the inception of the village was never meant for it just to stay here. It was never meant for it to stay here. The inception of the village was to make connections and networks. That's what it was about. Because we know that something is about to jump off and this internet thing is going to shut down. Sooner or later, it's going to shut down. So if I'm in Georgia, whose crib do I go to? Who do I bring my family to wait ye upon the Lord? You dig what I'm saying? When all of these things start to pop off. And like-minded people, because I can't do it myself. I can't do it myself. So when you have these men and these sisters that come together that think in the same manner, right? Everyone coming from different perspectives, but have the same end goal. This is what this is about. So again, what we have to do is, we know the Lord's word don't go out void. So we have to get this word out to whoever's listening. Go to these dark places, that wouldn't necessarily get this information, and go out there. But the onus also is on the young men too. And what I mean by that is, how long do you blame your parents, dog? You're 38 years old now, still their fault? Nah, it don't work that way, right? There's so many people I run into when I talk to them about the word, and I'll say, so what's your affiliation with God? Well, I was raised a Christian. Okay. What are you now? Well, you're a grown man. I guarantee if I told you if they were selling Jordans over on Church Avenue, you'd find that place. I guarantee if I told you if they were selling Gucci bags at a place, you would find that place. So at the end of the day, what you put into it is what you get out. So the point that you made was awesome. It's an awesome point. And again, I use this example, and I promise you this will be, I'll land here. I typically, those types of people that you were talking about, Scam, I typically call them, cold-blooded animals. They're cold-blooded. They can't regulate their blood. So what do? They will connect themselves to someone that has light, to someone that's warm. They connect themselves to that person. They can't themselves bring, joy, or to themselves bring peace, but they latch on to someone that does, and they suck them dry. And then when that person is unable to bring them that anymore, they move on to the next, or they blame them for being not able to bring them that warmth. So to what Anthony said, that at the end of the day, we as children of the Lord have to seek that peace in him. And when we come together, we accentuate that peace in each other. But it starts with us having that peace in him. I can't bring you peace. I can't. You understand? And understand the peace that I'm talking about. I'm talking about the peace that allows me to be able to stay in one place and say, I'm going to work this out. Because for me, the perfect marriage is two people that saying, I'm not going no place. I'm here. We're going to ride this out. No matter how left I go, no matter how right you go, we're going to ride this out. So floor is open to.
But even to Scam's point, I mean, that's how trauma bonds. You pretty much just explained the perfect trauma bond, Mr. Bolo, with that, because you have a person who is either draining this life force, or you're draining this person until they're pretty much in the same position as you. That's what the cycle is. That's why I even said earlier, I know that we would think that these young boys and these young men would rebel against a rite of passage. To Scam's point from earlier, I don't think they would. A lot of these young people in general, the women too, the young girls, they're looking for direction. So that's why we're actually more upset with the older generation. Because instead of hearing the older generation say, okay, I didn't get it all the way right, here are the things that were right. And this is why we need this tradition to continue. A lot of people are just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks.
That's a good point.
Just throwing people at the wall. Well, now it's even
not throwing people at the wall. Wait
well, even at the rite of passage, there's dudes 28, even 56, saying, "Hey, I want some answers. Something ain't right with me and these women's."
Mm-hmm.
And they click on dustpanels.org. Here comes the dude. Now they come in different sizes. Some dudes are like, "Oh, these women's, they ain't nothing because of they black." But then some of them are saying, "Hey, buddy, come on in here. Send me some money."
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Lincoln sent me. I'm gonna show you how to get these women in line.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I was just like you, my friend. Now just come on and let me suck the life out of you and send you out there crazy, spinning around like a doofus, getting yanked and spanked by the women's.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? You
And
know,
join this whole clique of dudes that don't know nothing, ain't gonna do nothing. I get all the money, and y'all out there getting ragged off.
but
It's
here's
every hour on the hour.
here's the thing to that dust though. There's two types of people. Since we're talking about the men, there's two types of men that are in that class, right? That are in that place. The one man that's looking, and he just happens, the road just happens to take him to that place. And then you have that other man that, nah, I'm good. This is where I'm going to stay. I know that this ain't right. And I know the thought process that these cats are picking is wrong, but I'm going to stay here. And you have that other man that is like, I'm looking, I'm going to try it out. Nah, this don't work. And he moves on. This goes to like when we talk about the pastors and the different things. You can't always blame the pastor, my G. You can't always blame him because the Lord tells you, I'm going to give you over to a reprobate mind. So this is what you wanted. No matter how many times I tried to steer you right, you wanted to go left. So you know what? I'm just going to turn you over to it. So those dudes that just talk nonsense, that's what you want. So both of you are made for each other. So we have to be very clear to separate those that are looking and they happen to just stick their head into that room and get caught up in it for a second and then get out, because that's the experience that the Lord wanted them to have so that they can be that testimony for someone else not to go that route. And the guys that stay in there because mediocrity is the new standard. It's easy to pull at the low fruit. It's easy to say, she's a bird, she's a bird, she's a bird. But when you turn over, you're laying next to one. So I don't understand how that works. I don't understand how you can say they're this, they're that, they're this, they're that, but yet you have one in your bed. What does that make you? Because a dog is a dog. I'm the one that had to dress that dog up to bring him into my bedroom to sleep with him. So who's the one that's more disrespected, the dog or me?
And that's the
Right.
danger. Wow. That's the danger of, as they say, the bigotry of low expectations. That's what they call it.
Yes, sir. That's what they call it.
But that's true though. That was the danger.
Absolutely.
Out of everything that everyone has said. But see, this was the danger of, and keep in mind, this is what has come to fruition from something that was established way back in the 60s. A little leaven leavens the whole lump, as the scripture says. Right. So if my expectation for better is never, there's never any goal to have, if there's no expectations for me to go get better, then what do I take? Low hanging fruit. I take the easy way out. As I laughed because I was sitting there watching the news, and I watched in had these jokers in Chicago, and of course they had talked about, and it was a few weeks back now, they had talked about how, I ain't gonna run up in here like y'all, they ran up in DC, and man, they come in here, man, they gonna have to answer to us, and they gonna do this, and they gonna do this, and and what winds up happening? Who shows up? National Guard, ICE, boom, starts doing a whole bunch of stuff, taking people out, hauling people off, and all of the people that said they're gonna have to deal with these switches, all the people that said, they gonna see for real what's for real and all this other stuff. Magically, those same people were quiet. Why is that?
But if you notice, Brother Ant, they didn't go to none of those neighborhoods.
They didn't.
Oh,
They
okay.
didn't
So
go.
I'm
But
just
see,
saying- I'm
but
just saying
no,
they
but
didn't
no,
go
that's
to
not what
any
they were
of those
saying.
neighborhoods.
Listen to this, Vaughn.
But I don't want to get off track. But go ahead.
But here's my point, Vaughn.
Yeah.
They did go to the neighborhoods. They went to the neighborhoods. They went to the neighborhoods and got the people out of the neighborhoods that they said that they were going to get out. And none of that happened. They came in there, they said they were going to get the people that were there illegally and take them away. And then they were going to do stuff to make sure that crime was lessened. That's what they said they were going to do. And that's what they did. And the fact of the matter is, all of the ones that said all of these things were nowhere to be found. It was like, I mean, it was like kissing glass. You can see it, you can't hear nothing. It was completely empty. I'm saying that to say
I haven't
because
seen any footage of them on the south side of Chicago in the deep part of the ghetto. I haven't seen that yet.
they went to see. This is the whole.
I'm
This
just
is the
saying
whole.
I haven't seen it. I'm not saying that they didn't now.
No. Listen.
I'm just saying I haven't seen that.
I know you haven't because they're not going to show it.
I've
Right?
seen them in suburban areas on the
They
outskirts
went.
of
They
Chicago.
were in the south side and the west side of Chicago because the people were complaining that the mayor and company had no money to do anything in the south side of Chicago. No money to do anything in those areas. And yet and still they had all of this money to set up all of these farmer schools and all this other stuff and load it up with illegal aliens. And so when they came and got them out of there, the people were happy because the people were like, they shouldn't have been there in the beginning. And how are you going to have money for them and not for us? But even at that, what I'm saying is that there was a lot of big talk. And they were like, they ain't gonna show if they show up in Chicago, not to one point, if they show up in the Chicago, they're gonna see what Chirac is all about. They're gonna see it. That's all you kept hearing. They came online and showing off weapons and everything else. And magically, what happened? Nowhere to be found. And what I'm trying to say is, this is what you have. This is the kind of mindset and the things that you have when there is low expectations. So you got to understand that the low expectations, people with low expectations, they feed on anything that is weaker than them. They don't grow anything. They don't create anything. They exist off of and take out anything that is weaker to them because they go under the banner of, it is easier to do this. It is low hanging fruit. I show just a little muscle and people will back down because they are weaker than me. And if I have enough people with me, we can take what we want, we can do what we want, and all of these other things. But the minute someone that's bigger comes along, they fade into the bushes like Homer Simpson.
That is funny.
So one of the things that we have to understand, so when you ask the questions, why is this started? Remember, this was not a thing until pretty much mid 70s, early to mid 70s is when this started becoming a thing, right? But you have to go back to when they instituted this, the big part of the welfare system, which was basically around 68, 69. They tried to do it earlier, but nobody was having it. Then after everything they got through, that they passed through happened, around 68, 69, you had the quote unquote, the big welfare system push. And from that point on, everything started, especially in the Black community, but everything started to go downhill because you reduced the expectations that people had before. And you said, I'll give you this, but you can't have this. I'll give you this. Think about it. I will give you enough so you can have a little bit extra. But if you try to get more than that, I'll take away everything. You created your own prison without any gates, without any walls. In many cases, you literally created your own plantation in many ways. And so now you have these things. And so when you say that there's no rite of passage, there hasn't been a rite of passage per se, especially in most major cities. When you start talking about quote unquote Black community, there has been no rite of passage since the late 60s. If you really want to be real about it, because you have to have some type of ownership of something. You have to have something that's going to cost you something for you to pass it on to. How do you show a young man to be a man, how to be a man, when there is no example of the man? It's not that people didn't work hard, but everybody can work hard. What do you do
So,
with
Mr.
what you work?
Anthony, what would a rite of passage in 2025? What would a rite of passage look like for young men? Like I said earlier, I have a young boy. I have boy cousins, brothers. I have a 13-year-old brother. What would be a rite of passage for him?
Okay. Rite of passage for him. Does he have a job?
He's 13.
See, that's my point.
What are his
Like
goals?
that.
What does he want to do and what does he want to be?
Exactly. If he had, when I say,
would have
when
to
I say,
say,
no, hold on,
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
because I want to make this clear,
Yeah.
right? You need to have it where he can accomplish something, and to accomplish something, there is going to be hardship. It's got to be hardship that can be overcome. So it doesn't have to be anything that's great and major, right? It's just that it has to be what? The opportunity has to be there to be available. For example, I asked you if he had a job. You said he's only 13. Okay. At 13 years old, he can do work for a neighbor. He can if you live in a neighborhood, I don't know where you stay. I can't speak to your situation. Right. There's some places where it's a little bit dangerous. You can't do that. Right. But things you can do. And it's not what is considered to be quote unquote good work. Right. But things that he can do. He can take care of a neighbor's yard. He can literally get cans and bottles and recycle them. Take them to the recycle spot. They will give you cash for them. Even to this day, it can happen. That was considered the preteen hustle of the day, especially when we were growing up. But now it's even better for everyone else now because they pay more. But the thing is, find out, to what Scan was saying, find out what he would like to have, and then set him on the path to work for that thing. He wants a new video game. Okay, instead of you going and buy the video game and everything else, put things together where he can get paid to do those video games. If it's something around your house that needs to be done, here's a kicker. What women call man's work. There's lots of YouTube channels out there to show you how to accomplish just about anything. Right? If there's something that needs to be fixed within the house, right? Put him to fixing that into the house. And here's the deal. You don't even have to tell him what you fixing or anything like that, right? You just say, hey, this sink ain't working right. It's dripping water. How do you stop it? How do you fix it? You need to fix that, right? Really and truly, it's an easy fix for the most part. But yet and still, he has to have that ability to go and do that kind of stuff. It's something
I'm
where
not
he
gonna
can
lie.
accomplish.
I hear from you that these
Mhm.
young boys need shop class. These boys need
No,
trades. Like,
it's not.
No.
Explain, Rogue. What he's saying is this: that rite of passage is accomplishment.
It
no, I hear that.
Right.
But
So,
even going back to his point earlier
hold
about
on,
men
hold on
needing
for a
to
second.
build.
But what he's saying is, if you build that accomplishment in him, you're building self-esteem.
Mhm.
That's what it is. So when you build that self-esteem in them, I can do this. That means I could do anything. Go ahead, big bro. I know you wanted to finish.
Yeah, I was going to ask. I'll make it quick. Part of the rite of passage, I'll put it this way. Something that builds confidence that can't be taken away from a boy or a man
Absolutely.
is when they accomplish something that they did not believe or feel like they didn't have. Tuesday, they couldn't do it. But next month, next year, next week or whatever, they went and they overcame that thing to get to be able to do it.
I'm just
Therefore,
wondering
they
if these men
believe
are
they can
hearing
do
yourself.
something. Huh?
I'm
see,
just wondering if the men are hearing themselves because you all are pretty much saying Boy Scouts. Y'all are saying the
no,
Patriot,
what
No,
we're
it's
saying,
Not
the Badger.
necessarily.
what we're saying is this. I'll give you a perfect example,
Not
right?
necessarily, because that person might not be a Boy Scout.
Let,
Then
let-
you put them in. Oh, go ahead, Bola.
let me say this, okay? I watched my son when he was in AAU, okay? I watched my son's team dismantle another team under my coaching. So thank you guys. But anyway, and listen, I'm no coach. What I told them was, you see that little kid that keeps hitting the 3 points? Yeah, I want him fouled. Period. I don't want him shooting no more. But anyway, the point of the matter is when they
What?
start to beat, yeah. I don't want him shooting no more. Now, they came to me and said, Coach, what you want me to do? You see that little kid right there? Yeah, he's our problem. Break him down. Break that kid down. We each got 5 fouls to give. Give that kid. I don't want him shooting no more. I don't want him to want to shoot. So the point of the matter is, when my son's team started beating them by 22, you know what they did? They shut the clock off. I mean, the scoreboard, shut it off. So that winning entitlement that they had, they robbed them of it. They robbed them of it. So what they could have had pride in saying, damn, you know what? The practice that we did and everything, we looked at the plans and we took what the coach gave us and we made it work. And look, this team was supposed to kick our behinds. They robbed them of it. So when you turn the clocks off, you rob these children of losing, because that's a feeling that they're not going to want to feel no more. That's a perseverance thing. It's teaching you perseverance. What did we do wrong? Let's get it better. And then when you rob them of winning, it's an entitlement. Like, I love the way this feels. How did I get to this point? How do I increase it? That's what Ant's talking about. That's what Scam is talking about. And it's a small thing, but imagine that on a bigger scale. And that's what they're doing. They're robbing these kids of perseverance. These kids now are self-deleting at the simplest things. These kids are going into drugs at the simplest things. And it starts with the parents. Right? Because
I don't want you thinking I'm disagreeing with you,
No.
or any of the men.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying that, and I'm glad you said it, because this is something that needs to be spoke on. When we say as parents, I'm going to give my child a better life than I had. Okay, what does that truly mean? Right? A lot of these parents, right? And I think some of us on this panel might be guilty of it. You know, there are certain things that we took from our children as far as the things that made us who we are.
They overcorrected. A lot of parents did.
We bump out. Listen, I had no damn helmets or knee pads or anything like that. And I think I turned that okay, right? Soon as our child, something happens, we go grab them. We don't let them figure it out. We don't let them persevere. We showed a video a few weeks ago of a man walking with his child, and there was a rope. He put the child down and walked on. And the child is crying, the child is crying, the child is crying. And he's saying, don't leave me, daddy. Don't leave me. He's like, man, come on. And he's trying to figure out how to get over this rope. And when the child finally got over the rope, the sense of entitlement, the sense that he accomplished something, was such a happy thing. The father, embraced them. It's like, hey, yeah, that was something that child is going to hold on for the rest of their life, that I can figure this out. And the stimuli that it creates in the brain means that just because I fell doesn't mean that I can't get back up.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why I fell. Let me try to understand why I fell and work it out, opposed to going to drugs, going to alcohol, just throwing my hands up and saying, I can't do this no more. So this is the thing that we're talking about when we're saying that these young men, it's good to play rough with these young kids, man, because in the long run, you don't understand what you're creating in them. And at the same time, don't rob them of their accolades, right? Don't rob them of it. Don't say, well, when I was younger, I did it in 3 days opposed to doing it in 5. Who cares? At the end of the day, they did it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
And let me say this real quick.
If I
go
could.
ahead, bro.
I'm trying to get in here. I think there's a component also that we are leaving out, and that's the component of of education, teaching. And I believe that our young people aren't being taught at an early age. There should be a forge or a council of men that are geared toward mentorship. You see what I'm saying? That has to be a part of the rite of passage. If you look at it, how it originated, the young men would go through a council of men to learn different types of things. And see, because of the demise of our community, we don't. This is where we're lacking. So I believe that that's a major component, in this rite of passage concept that we're talking about. It's mentorship. And what we're seeing is not enough of that.
Yeah, I just think it can be dangerous if you push someone in the rite of passage, push it on the wrong thing. Like, I'm gonna make you be a Boy Scout. I'm gonna make you be the best football player.
Right.
And really, they're a guitar player.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they accomplished it all, but they don't care about, man, I don't care about no Boy Scouts. I don't care about no football. And now they could resent you for it. Or it can kill their motivation to a point where they don't want to accomplish anything. Because all their mind associated with is being colonized over there and forced to do something they don't want to do. Versus become somebody that they want to become and have buy-in to that actual thing.
Scam, I got to give you some pushback because I'm not going to lie. A lot of parents give these kids too many choices. And even to Mr. Bolo and everyone else's point, they don't stick through it because they have so many choices. They have so many options. So it's like, okay, I'm going to show you this one thing. And then, oh, look at the next pretty shiny thing. So that's the issue.
Here's the deal. My dad let me quit football when I was in 5th grade.
Mm-hmm.
Excited because I couldn't play a lick. My friends played. I ain't got nothing else to do. They play like, hey man, let's go play a dad football practice. So I wanted to play because they always playing football. I ain't got nobody to play with. So I had to play. And I was garbage. And quit whining, man, this is stupid. It's cold out here. And just wasn't a football player. Okay, cool. You want to quit? This is what should have happened. You want to quit, you got to go earn it. You can quit, but next game, you got to lay somebody out and make the cleats go up in the air. Or if you're boxing, they say, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be a boxer. I want to be a knitter. Okay, cool. You got to go slug out Big Tony over there. Then you can quit. That's still part of rite of passage, but they have to pay a price. Then, therefore, they respect the things that they do. That can keep them from going way over here and way some over there. And,
yeah,
I'm not going to lie to you. Me and my mother had a conversation, and I wasn't mad at my mother. I was just like, Mommy, why did you have me? She had me in everything because that was a beautiful thing. She's like, you were a kid. You need to explore and see what you like. Cool. I then told her, Mom, I probably could have been a protege at something if I would have stuck to it. I could have been XYZ if I would have just stuck to it. So there is a balance that you're supposed to do as a parent. You're supposed to let your kid have an opinion, let your kid have a voice. The same way with anything else with children. But eventually you do have to say, no, I'm your parent. You got to put your foot down and you have to say, this is what you need to stick to. Like even right now, while my son doesn't know exactly what he wants to do, cool. Until you figure that out, you're in karate. You're going to play basketball. You're going to do something until you actually figure it out. So you at least have that time. Like everyone else is saying, you kind of get those accomplishments because you stuck through something.
Oh,
if
yeah,
you
that's solid.
Quit soccer because soccer was hard and I just let you just stay quitting soccer, what am I doing as a parent for you?
But see, that's the beauty of it. You're teaching that child perseverance.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That point, the hell with soccer, the hell with football. The point of the matter is what the main takeaway from it is they're not going to give up. And this is what you imagine if you can accomplish purple belt in something that you don't like, imagine what you can accomplish in something that you do like.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of blends in what you and Scam are saying together to kind of blend it together.
And let me say,
I think we're fairly on the same page.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And let me give you a perfect example. I'm gonna give you a perfect example to what we were saying.
Can I speak next after everybody share?
Sure.
No.
I
can't. Okay, cool.
And then
So,
me
so
after 84, they
oh, okay. So here's the perfect example. My son wanted that was a game that he wanted and everything else. And he was like, and he literally told he even pulled the smart aleck role. He was like, yeah, I want to know if you can give me this game. I said, what game is this? He goes like this. I said, no, I can't get it from you. You get it yourself. And he goes like, well, I don't got any money. I said, I guess you better start making some. And he goes, but you got money. I said, yes, but I work for mine. And he goes like, well, I don't have a job. I said, that's a lot of ways to make money. I said, you just have to use your noggin. I said, you use your noggin and then figure out how you can make money. He was like, well, I can go do yards and this and this and this and this. And I go, yeah, you could. I said, you just got to go talk to the people and see if they cut your yard. You can cut their yard and stuff like that. So that's what he did. He left and he went outside and he started going to the neighbors and asked if he can cut their yard and everything else. And one by one, they was like, "Oh, sorry, but we already got someone doing our yard. We already got some. We got a lawn service come in. They come in every week. This, and this. So I'm sorry, but we let them go. We'll let you know, right?" So he comes back and he's disappointed. And he goes, I said, What happened?" He goes like, I can't do the yard stuff because everybody pretty much has someone taking care of their yard already." I'm like, okay, so what do you do? I was like, man, I don't know. I don't know. He goes, well, what did you do when you was little? I said, it's funny you should ask. I said, funny you should ask. And so I proceeded to tell him that I focused on I said, I literally focused on what people want. And he was like, well, what are you talking about? I said, when I was in school, I said, one of the things that I would do is I saw what they were selling certain things for, and I would go to school and sell the same things for cheap. He was like, what? I'm like, yeah, you can do that? I said, sure you can. There's no law against that. I said, if they selling chips for $1, you sell them for 75 cents. And he goes like, huh? Well, what about candy? I'm like, yeah, that too.
Wow.
Then he goes like, oh, I didn't know you could do that. I'm like, well, now you know. What you gonna do with what you know? He goes like, huh? Okay. Next thing I know, he comes back to me. He goes like, so I was thinking about what you said. I'm like, yeah, okay. And he goes like, I got a problem. I said, well, what's the problem? He goes like, I don't think I have enough money. I said, well, how much do you have? He told me how much he had. I'm like, what are you trying to sell? He goes, well, I'm trying to sell this and this. I said, okay, let's go. So I took him to the store. We went to Sam's. We went to Sam's and I took him over to Sam's and showed him boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes of candy and chips and all this other stuff. And his eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. And he goes, oh, well, that's this, that, and the third. He goes like, oh, I can buy this, but I can't buy that. I'm like, well, that means you only can buy what? I only can buy this one thing. I said, why don't you look and see what all you can buy for the money that you have? And then also figure out what everyone that you know at school, what they really like. So he began to figure these things out on his own. And then he got a couple of things and he took it with him. He goes like, I don't know if that's gonna be enough. I said, well, how many chips are in that box? And he goes, oh, he goes like, oh, that's about 40. I'm like, okay. And then I said, how much do they sell chips for at your school? He goes, well, they sell them for, he's like, they sell them for, I think he said it was like $1.50 or something in the machines. I said, that means you selling them for $1. And I said, how much you gonna have after that? And you go like, if I sell them for $1, please, it's 40. I'm like, okay, so you have $40 right now. I said, so how much is it gonna be for the candy that you got over there? And he said, how much they sell candy for? Well, they don't really sell candy. I'm like, well, you gonna make out like a bandit because you can set the price for whatever you want to. He thought, well, I'll sell it for $1 too. I said, that's on you. I said, remember, they don't sell candy at the school. So he goes I don't know what he did, but he left, packed up all his stuff into his backpack. He left. He came back. He came back home, and that cat was sitting on almost $100. And I looked at him and I said, "What did you do?" He goes, "Oh yeah, I sold it all." I said, "Everything? You sold everything in one day?" "Yeah, I sold it all." I said, "Well, I guess you can go get your. I guess you can go get your game." He goes like, I'm not getting no game. I'm gonna get some more stuff." He said, "I'm gonna get some more stuff." He goes, "If I just made that off 100, if I made almost $100 off one day, and I only spent, because I think he only spent like $30 or something like that." So he's like, "I made $100 in one day. Yeah, I can make more than this." I said, "Now you understand." And he goes like, "Yeah, this is great." He said, I can get a game later." And that's what he started doing. And this cat
Let's just go.
see, he made the accomplishment. He did it himself. He got a little help. He asked the right question, but he started making money on his own. Didn't have to go climb a fence. Didn't have to go paint a house. Didn't have to do any of that stuff. He started making money and on his own. He got that sense of accomplishment that he went from, kind of like what Scan was saying. He went from not knowing how to do anything, and now you couldn't stop it. Now you couldn't stop it. And so he began to make money just renting. So now he's got a whole little side business going almost. Just by seeing the need, feeling the need, and everything else. Once he accomplished that one thing, he didn't stop. He had enough to fulfill his goal, which was what? To get a game. But now he's looking at more than just having a game. He's got teachers buying stuff from him. I'm like, you said when you got teachers buying stuff from him. Right. And this is what we have to teach the kids, our kids, other young people, and everything else to use what you have, and not only use what you have, seek the knowledge to do. Not only use what you have, to do more with what you have. That's what the whole parable, when Jesus was talking about the parable of the talents, right? You had one that had five, you had one that had three, and you had one that had 10, you had one that had five, you had one that had one, right? And what winds up happening? The two took what they had and made it and doubled it, compared to the one who took what he had and buried it. There's too many people burying their talents versus doubling their talents. But that comes from literally raising the expectations, raising the bar of expectations. Floor yours, 84.
Yeah, I got a question, but it can wait.
I done fell asleep, man. It's too late, man. I done fell asleep. I'm joking.
All right. Good night, everybody.
I'll fall asleep too, and I ain't even joking. But
Exactly.
I will. Mo, did you want to go? I don't know if you want to go. My bad.
Mine is short. I was just
Go
gonna
ahead, Mo.
say, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yes, ma'am.
And to what Anthony said, I think that's so awesome. Sometimes it's best. The best thing we can do for our kids is to let them figure it out. And as parents, it can be so hard, especially for me as a mom, because we naturally want to protect them from failure and mistakes. But I'm learning as my boys grow older, like life isn't about avoiding the challenges, it's about learning how to handle them. And when we step back just enough, not too much, the kids, our children will start to discover their own strength, and problem solving skills. So, yeah, I just think that's a great, great story. That's
Yeah,
it.
it's hard to be resilient when you don't have any way to be resilient,
Right.
right?
That's true.
What's your question, Scan?
I'm just curious.
Oh
What
dang. Okay, go ahead, Scan.
what was y'all's whoever would wants to answer? What was y'all's personal rite of passage?
Oh wow. I guess some of them negative. I guess I'll answer.
When did you turn the corner on whatever you felt that you needed to turn the corner on?
I think I've had several rites of passage. I don't think it was just one.
Yeah,
So Scan, there's been a lot, bro. There was
definitely a
I had to
hard
turn the
road.
corner when I had to turn the corner,
Sure.
when I got old enough and I realized like one of my parents had mental health issues and I had to step up. I mean, literally like straight out of high school, if not a little bit before then. So that was one. There was when I first got out of school and I had to work. That was another. Um, when I moved to be with my wife, and I had to be in a whole new environment, a whole new state, and a whole new culture. That was another. My illnesses. That was another. Me changing careers. That was another. Um, there's been several, man. It's been several. Becoming an uncle. Losing one of my nieces and nephews. Losing my co-founder to my channel. There's been a lot. There's been a lot. A whole lot. Um,
Yeah.
and I ain't even old yet. It's like, dang. I mean, like
Wow.
I ain't even. I'm nowhere near 60, 65. None of that. I ain't nowhere near that. You know what I mean? But I can relate to a lot of people who suffer young. That's why I love people like Tupac. I love people like a Marvin Gaye or something like that. People who just been through a lot young and they suffer a lot. Like I could really relate to that. So, but I think when you go through rites of passage, they are blessings. They do help you to grow. Excuse me, and you know, you just have to, you have to learn from the things that you go through. I think in our community, scam, to answer your question, I think that the reason why we never grab onto the rites of passage or never learn from them is because unfortunately in our community, both men and women both, we lack accountability. We lack accountability spiritually. We lack accountability in every regard. That's why you have streams where, and I know a lot of times you troll on the streams and you have fun, but and you make some really solid points because I listen to a lot of things you say. But sorry for the background noise. My wife is putting away the dishes. But
You good?
um, yeah, so you make a lot of good points, Scam, and I think the thing is that, and you try to make sure that people are held accountable. But I think the reason why we like accountability is because in our community we got to the point where we don't have a structure. We don't have a structure spiritually. We don't have a structure in any regard. So that's why you see men and women both online complaining about things about 10, 12 hours, and there's no solutions. You know what I mean? And the enemy just has them wrapped around their finger, and they never change. You know what I mean? And it's sad. It's sad to see. So that's why the best you can do is pray for them. Um, be there for them. Be patient. You know what I mean? And just do what you can to help people out. Um, but yeah, let me get my shout outs before I stop speaking. Bolo, what's going on, baby? Good to see you. You know
Mr.
what I
Dale.
mean? Big Ant, what's up, man? I see you in the building, baby.
What's
Mr.
up, man?
Bryant, you know.
Yes,
Mo
sir.
Love, let's go, Mo. You know what I mean? Scan to the G.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I've been having a good day today, y'all. To be honest with you, I've been
Praise God, man.
jamming all
Praise
I've
God.
been jamming all day. You know what I mean? I started out, with some and I ended with a script. I started out with some I'll be sure. Started with I'll be sure. You know what I'm saying?
That's 87, 88.
Yeah, I started with I'll be sure. You know what I'm saying? Then we got in the car and I started, playing some music. Because it's my wife's birthday month. So I was, jamming with her in the car. We met one of my family
oh,
members.
happy birthday.
Yeah, yeah, definitely,
Yeah,
definitely.
happy birthday.
Mo and my wife be talking, sometimes, on the low. They don't be telling me, but it's all good.
No, don't stop.
Yeah.
But but yeah, so yeah, it made me think of the scripture where the scripture goes whatever's pleasing, whatever's lovely, whatever's good, do those things. You know what I mean? Because life is short, life is hard. Oh man, my big bro Vaughn, Eric, my music curator. What up, Vaughn? Um, so we definitely got to do those things because we never know how life is gonna turn. We've all been through our
Yeah.
struggles and we all know that it's not easy. So definitely enjoy the things that are enjoyable. Enjoy life.
Wow.
and don't get too wrapped up in anything because man, God means for us to enjoy life. You know what I mean? So yeah, I just want to land there, and anybody else can share.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I would definitely say this, man. Great question, brother Scam. Yeah, I would say that my rite to passage was basically my faith in God, you know. And when I got to the place where I moved out of my mom's place and got on my own and, moved to Chicago and, life got to life. And you see what I'm saying? And I had to be able to withstand all of those different obstacles and different things. You see what I'm saying? That tried to hold me down. And just being able to navigate through all of that stuff and then make it back here to California. You see what I'm saying? As a mature man, you know. So listen, my rite to passage was just life. You see what I'm saying? Learning those life lessons. And definitely they were many, man. So I know I don't have enough time to go into detail, but yeah, they were definitely many.
Yeah. So before we move on to the next thing, the next point. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, does anyone else want to talk about rite of passage? No.
I can make mine short.
Okay. I'll go after Scam.
I'll
All
make
right.
it short. When I was in seventh grade, I was weak. I told you about quitting football. That was fifth grade. Seventh grade, now people lifting, they getting big and swole for real. I'm 12, I'm like 4'11", and I can't lift. I couldn't lift the bar when you go to the. I couldn't bench press the bar, so I couldn't even go in the weight room. Eighth grade, I can bench press the bar and a 5 pound on each side. They used to call them Krispy Kreme donuts. I couldn't. Yeah, the 45 pound weights. If somebody else had them on the bench, I couldn't pull those off to put my little fives on. I had to go get somebody to go do it. And people looking like, dude, why are you here?
Oh, poor Scam.
Yeah. I'll just say this: I don't have them problems no more. Um, when I was 26, I put up 350, and I weighed like 210.
Ooh.
A couple weeks ago, I did 36 pull-ups. I run 4 miles in less than 30 minutes right now, and that's being old with injuries and stuff. But high
That's
school, I put up
awesome.
225. But this was years. This wasn't just a week or put. This was constant.
Hmm.
When I was 19, I went in the army. It was E4 and E5 that kept picking on me, losers. And in our section, somebody got to climb this 50-foot rope, tap the top of it, and come down. I ain't never done this before. And they talking about what they can do. One was chubby. He ain't get but 2 feet in the air. The other one, he couldn't figure it out. I got somebody get the rope. I just had to make these dudes look bad. I just had to. But once you start, you got to do it. My feet are too big, size 13, 14 shoes. So the feet can't grip the rope. So all upper body I had to pull all the way up 50 feet, tap the top and come down. And in my mind, it's like, look, if I can go this on the slow route, go from can't lift the bar to out benching half the football players. If I can climb a rope, something I never done, and that was nothing but God, what can I do? And when I get in doubt and oh man, I don't know, all Trump's gonna get us, all the women's, the men's, refer back to something that I couldn't do and look at how I made myself be able to do.
Hmm.
That's all I got.
Well, I'll give you mine then. I guess. Go ahead, Mo. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mo.
I can wait.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so I would take my rite of passage into maturity and growth in God. It didn't come in one moment. It came through like a series of challenges
Yeah,
that
exactly.
forced me into
Yeah.
growth. So I would say first becoming a mother at 21, it changed
Wow.
everything for me. Holding my son in my arms, like I realized that my choices didn't just affect me anymore. They affected another life, and that responsibility demanded strength and maturity, even if I wasn't prepared. Also, just learning from a failed marriage was another part of my journey. It was very painful, very humbling, and at times it can make you question everything. But through that experience, I learned resilience and also the importance of boundaries and learning to love myself. And I'm still learning, honestly, like how to love without losing myself and how to let go when something may not be meant. So I just thank God for that experience. Sometimes the things that feel the most unfortunate in the moment, God uses that to help bless. And the scripture reminds us that all things work together for the good of those who love the Lord and who are called according to his purpose. So things, eventually make sense later. And also severe health challenges added another layer. Having to face my own vulnerability taught me so much patience, and it grew my faith, and it also helped me to live more in a space of gratitude. When you face difficult times, when the doctors are telling your parents like she's not going to make it, and here I am almost 40, and they said that at 14. So it's nothing but the grace of God, and I'm just
Amen.
very grateful. All of these experiences together, motherhood, heartbreak, illnesses, became my rite of passage. They reshaped me, and they demanded, because I've always been like shy, so they demanded me to be courageous and to grow. God has his way of sometimes forcing us into growth because we'll stay stagnant. But yeah, I'm grateful for the journey. I am, the ups and the
Aw, let's go, Mo. Let's go.
That's good.
Mo
That's good.
is always encouraging, man. She's always And my bad for not checking on you today, Mo. I just been busy. Um, we've been
Oh, it's
moving and grooving,
okay.
girl. Yeah, we've been moving.
Hmm.
But we like talking to you though. We do like talking to
Of
you.
course.
You know what I'm saying? But
Tell your wife, hey.
she said hey, but she hears you. She laughing in the background. But she
Okay.
says hello back. And yeah, just it was, is it a city on the hill can't be hidden or a light on the hill can't be hidden? I forget how it goes.
Hmm.
But don't continue to let your light shine and let yourself be known. You don't have to be perfect. God is perfect. None of us are perfect.
Hmm.
We all go through our stuff. Um, but just continue to be that hope and that inspiration for people because people need it. You know what I mean? And
Hmm.
continue to be patient and continue to have the patience that I don't have for people because people do need that. I'm like Mo, nah, no Mo. You be like, come on, 84. You gotta be patient. I'm like, all right.
Don't
But
go off on the
yeah,
people now.
huh?
I said, don't go off on the people now on the
Yeah, I know,
panels.
right? So,
Some of them just go ahead and dust them off.
Yeah,
well, here we go.
I'm learning. I'm learning.
All right.
Continue to be the inspiration, yo, for real, and all of you continue to be the inspiration, because
Thank
that's
you.
what we need, man.
All
We
right.
Hmm.
swept right out with them crazy questions, man. That's what we need right now.
That's my man. So let's move on to the fourth. Uh, my New York just came out fourth. The fourth. Uh, the fourth. Right. Lead yourself first. Right. So again, what we're talking about is what men need to do before pursuing a woman. So lead yourself first. If you can't discipline your time, habits, and words, you can't lead a family, or you're going to have a problem leading a family. Leadership starts with self control. Floor is open to whoever wants to respond to that or add to it.
You said leadership starts with self control, Bolo.
No, I'll read it again. We're
I'm
talking
sorry.
about, we're going through what men need to do before they go looking for a woman in a perfect world, right? And we're not in a perfect world, but what we should do, right? Women are next, but we're dealing with the men first. So the next which is number 4, is lead yourself first. If you can't discipline your time, habits, and words, you can't lead a family. You have a problem leading a family. It will be hard for you to lead a family. Leadership starts with self-control.
Okay.
And you
That
know
is
what? I would
true.
definitely say to that, yeah, I mean, come on, self-discipline, you know, we have to have that, you know, and a lot of times we lack that, but that's so necessary, you know, for us to learn self-discipline. But it's a learned behavior. It's not just something that we just, you know, up and do. It's a process of learning how to do that, you know, self-discipline, you know. But where do you get that information from? Where do you begin to learn how to have self-discipline? Where do we find that at, Bolo? How do we get to that place of self-discipline?
How do we get to the place of self-discipline? The Lord, the Word, relationship with God, you know, meditating in Him, being patient in Him. You know, there's nothing wrong, you know, with getting to know who you are as a man and a father. And there's so many things that you'll learn about yourself that you know you probably didn't know about yourself. You know, and it's not an easy task. It's not easy because you have to go in those places that normally you wouldn't want to go into. You know, sometimes having the power to do something and not using it says a lot more. That goes into the self-control. Just because you have the power don't necessarily mean you need to use it in the capacity in which we would use it in a vengeful manner. You know, sometimes, you know, you look at someone and they're saying something, you know, that at any given time you can just choke them for 2 seconds and it wouldn't mean nothing. You know, if anything, they'll look at you as the worst than that person. But you have to take that ridicule and grow from it.
And you know what also is the beginning of the process is understanding, first of all, that there's no good thing that dwells in this flesh of ours. So we have to first understand that principle. There's no good thing that dwelleth within our flesh. So we have to learn how to put this flesh of ours under subjection. You see what I'm saying? So how do we do that? Through practice. You know, sometimes you just have to say no to the chocolate cake.
You not the chocolate cake, Mr. Brown.
You took my words because I was just about to say it.
But do you see what I'm
Discipline starts in the refrigerator.
You see what I'm saying? So there's different practices that we can do to get us to that place. You see what I'm saying? Of self-discipline, you know, because listen, a man, even the Bible says that a man who has no charge over his own spirit, it's like a city that's without walls. You see what I'm saying? And broken down. So we have to take charge over our own spirits.
And that's important, man. That's important. You know, sometimes, you know, as men, people don't understand. You know, sometimes, you know, you have to figure things out. You know, and I say this to people all the time that, you know, all we can do is support. You have to do the heavy lifting, right? To whoever has an issue, right? The only thing that I can do is support you, but you have to go into that ring and actually fight. And that's what any of us can only do for each other. And sometimes as men, you know, we go into this corner into ourselves and you just reevaluate everything. You're just moving things around in your mind and you're just trying to get it together. And it comes off to people as being, you know, you're ostracizing them, but it's just you gathering your thoughts. And I know I'm guilty of that completely. I'm guilty of that. You know, so you know, it's not to our loved ones that, you know, we don't love you, we don't care. It's just certain things that we got to work out. You know, and every man deals with it differently. Every man deals with things differently. Every woman deals with things differently. But to what Vaughn is talking about, understanding the habits and the words and the discipline, the things of that nature. You know, especially we find this, and I know Big Ant's going to want to add to this when it comes to talking to the weaker vessel. You know, when you find men that don't have that discipline, they just speak to the woman however they want to speak to them. You know, when the Lord tells you deal with them in an understanding way, right, giving them the respect of being the weaker vessel. So what does that mean? That means that we have to take more time to understand where they're coming from. Because what I've learned typically, when women speak to us as men, and you know, they're explaining to us in their words their emotions opposed to explaining to us what the situation was, and how we interpret that is what they're explaining to us is what the situation was, when really they're explaining to us what their emotions is, until we start to ask them questions and kind of dissect what they're saying to kind of figure and navigate, okay, this is not what the situation is, she's explaining to us how the situation affected us. And this is what happens in most conversations. And the way we take it as men in our mind, oh, this is what happened. And when we move on it, sometimes it might be wrong. And you see that face on her and you're like, well, what happened? It's because the way we process things. So, like Ant says, again to Ant, if we ask the correct questions, if we ask the right questions, if we take the time to listen, if we take the time to hear, a lot of the miscommunications that we have, even within ourselves as brothers, we wouldn't have. If we took the time and sit there and go, okay, my G, I heard what you said, and I don't want you to think, and I say this all the time, I don't want people to think that I'm being an a-hole when I'm asking you the same questions. It may be a little different. It's only because I'm trying to gain clarity and understanding of where you're coming from so that when I respond correctly. Because I don't read minds. I've tried it. I'm bad at it. So I don't read at all.
You tried to read minds, brother.
I tried, brother, but yeah, I'm bad at it. So
Wow.
typically what I try to do, I try to use this example. Like if you have a toy or you have something that you're looking at, right? When you're looking at it from one perspective and you're moving it around to try and get the whole concept of what you're looking at. And sometimes when you're looking at it from a certain angle, you may see both angles at the same time. So sometimes you may say, well, Bola, you asked that same question 3 different times. No, I didn't. Because what it's doing is I'm just moving this object around so I can understand better where you're trying to come from, right? Because again, in conversation, I come into it typically open with no direction. And what does that mean? That means that I'm trying to really understand where you're coming from. I don't have, in most conversations, a direction in my mind already because I don't want to put my thought process or influence what you're trying to say to me so that I don't understand how I can help you truthfully. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes,
Yes,
sir. I think,
it does.
Bolo, I think from what you're saying, right, as far as like being disciplined and men disciplining yourself, it starts at home, right? So a lot of guys, they don't, you know, they're not disciplining themselves in a lot of ways with their hygiene, with their health, with a lot of things. So by the time they meet a woman, you know, they coming up, they showing up to a date or a meetup, and the brother got stains on his shirt and all type of stuff. You know what I mean? And no, I'm being for real. Like this is really be happening. So a lot of times, that's why the women be like, man, what's wrong with these dudes? They out of order or
Telling the
they don't know
truth.
how to date or whatever. But these are true things.
Wrinkled
I think,
clothes.
yeah, they don't put no cologne on, no
Right.
deodorant, nothing. Barely brush
Don't
their
don't
teeth.
judge the hair. Nothing.
Yeah,
I do.
nothing.
I do
You know what I'm
wrinkle
saying?
clothes. I'm kind of lazy on the iron. I ain't gonna lie.
You can't be lazy
You try.
online. Come on, scam. Come on, baby. Come
You
on.
What
said
happened to the
Oh,
iron? See, that's the problem.
that's a
So
problem.
what?
Sam be
What you say?
talking about what?
What you say? 84. The fragrance is old depew.
You know, I'm saying a lot right now, but I think a lot of times you see the frustration with men, especially online, because they lack experience or the experience that they had was not good for them. So and that, like you said, it comes from being a self discipline,
Mm-hmm.
and understanding that. I think for men, and I'm just gonna be completely candid and honest. When we're going through those rites of passage, as men, and you know, I'm kind of giving away our secrets, so I'm sorry, Mo gonna hear some of our secrets. It is what it is. Don't tell us, sisterhood, Mo. Um,
Oh
but
wow.
when we going through our rites of passage, um, a lot of times, we go through that awkward phase that Scam was talking about, and trying to figure out who we are as men. But what happens is that we break out of that, and now we're starting to make a little money, right? You know what I mean? You're able to buy you some clothes, some nice shoes. You're able to get out your mama house. You know what I mean? You may get a car. You know what I'm saying? So things are looking up, and now you got to figure out the difference between a woman that's with you on, if she's with you because you're beneficial or you've been official. Ah, you see that? I kind of twisted. That's from Fabulous. He's a rapper from Brooklyn. Bolo know who he is.
What is
Um,
that? What did you mean by that? I missed it.
so some women are with you because you're beneficial to them,
Mm-hmm.
but some women are with you because you've been official, like you've been solid, right? If that
Okay.
makes sense,
Okay, I
Mo.
got you. Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. So, and a lot of times men don't know the difference. They don't know the women who are just using them and taking advantage of them, and have them in the phone as date, right? Or have them in the phone as a phone bill or whatever else she got you in the phone as. And she not really with you. She just with you because she benefits from what you're giving her. And then there's women who are with you because she sees that you are official, that you are a solid person, that you are disciplined, that you are connected to God, right? And sometimes with men, we get tripped up because we looking at what she look like, or we
Mm-hmm.
looking at what she do for us, or we looking at, oh man, when I pull up and they see me with her, they see me with Stacy, oh man, they gonna lose their mind. All my boys gonna be like, oh, who that, right? But
Mm-hmm.
Stacy don't love you. Stacy don't love God. Stacy only
Mm-hmm.
love herself and what she can get from you. You know what I mean? But then you got Donna over here. Donna is super loyal. You know what I mean? She loves God. She stay in her word. She been trying to get you to come to church, but you don't
Mm-hmm.
want Donna because Donna got standards. She gonna hold you to a standard. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? She not gonna do you ain't gonna be able to do what you want to do with her before marriage, right? You know what I mean? You actually have to make a commitment. You gotta actually be disciplined in order to make that work. So a lot of times with men, they struggle with that. We all had our battles with that. Even I as a man have battled with that. So when you battling with that, you got to make the right decision to say, you know what? Am I going to be with these fly by nights, or these women are convenient, or these women who know that I'm trying to serve God, or they know I'm trying to do the right thing or take care of my home or do things right by God. But they're like, sure, I don't care what you got going on. I don't care what's going on with you or with her or with whatever else. You know what I mean? As long as I'm getting what I need out of the situation, I'm good, right? And a lot of times Satan will bring a lot of those women around you. You have a whole bunch of them, and they easy to get with. They easy to be around, but getting out of situations are very hard. They're very hard. And now you see that your heart and everything else is entangled with somebody who don't even love you. You know what I mean? And hopefully, no brothers
Yeah.
marry these women. Because some brothers they marry these women, and 10, 20 years down the line, 3, 4, 5 kids later, they realize, man, was not the right woman for me. I don't
Wow.
wasted all these years,
That's
and
so
now
true.
we got kids, and this woman never loved me, and more importantly, she never loved God. She just loved what I could provide for her. She just loved what I could do for her. You know what I mean? She's only with me out of convenience. So yeah, that's why the self discipline is important. And the
Well,
Bible talks about that. It talks about the wayward woman and how to avoid her.
well,
But
it starts.
I know people avoid those scriptures. They avoid those scriptures, but it's
Well,
all good.
but we have to
We
understand,
don't.
84. We have to understand that again. Those, it goes to the conversation, the bird conversation. And I hate to continue beating a dead horse, but
Not
it goes to the
not the
bird.
bird conversation we had before. Not that one. That
Yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah. It goes to the bird. You can't sit here and
Not the
talk
bird
about.
conversation.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
the
You
bird
can't sit here and talk about birds
conversation.
and say how disrespectful it is for a man to have a bird, and how lowly having a bird is, and what you think of yourself as a man when you have a bird. And then when you're asked, do you have a bird? Yes, I do. Then you need to be quiet, dog.
Wow.
You can't talk. When we talk about birds, and bird watching and all that stuff, you the dude we need to defer to. Other than that, bruh, please. And the crazy thing is, the crazy thing is, he didn't even see where he was walking into. He
Yeah.
didn't even see it because these cats are egotistical. You're going to stay sucker free, but yet the people that you're calling suckers is the
Oh man,
dude.
come on, Bolo, don't do
Yes,
that.
yes, brother. Listen,
And as soon as you say sucker free,
let me
I
explain
know
something.
exactly who you're talking about.
I'm too grown of a man to again, I'm gonna be respectful and not say the name. You know what I'm saying? But
But I know who you're talking about.
at the same time, I'm gonna say, yo, dude, you're full of garbage. It is what it is pertaining to that conversation, because I don't know you personally, right? I don't know you personally. But on that topic, you're not a person that I would ever have a conversation pertaining to it. When you sit there and you talk about birds are disrespectful and you're sucker free, but yet when you're asked, do you have a woman? No, I got a bird. So why did you just say that whole spiel for?
But Bolo, he did it again last week, and we dusted him off. Same.
He did it again?
Y'all wrong for this. Y'all are so wrong. I don't know who y'all talking about. Y'all are wrong. Y'all are all wrong.
At the end
And
of
when you dusted him off, it wasn't the first time. I ran him off the panel another time.
Listen, at the end of the day, I love all my brothers, man. I love all my brothers. And there are times when even on this channel, I have said things that have been wrong and I've been corrected. So at the end of the day, I'm not man enough that I can say, you corrected me. No, thank you. Thank you. Because I don't want to continue saying the wrong thing. This is what people keep thinking. People keep thinking that Christ was nice. Christ was kind. There's a difference. Okay. A kind person is going to tell you what needs to be heard in the way you need to hear it in that moment. Okay. That's a kind person. A nice person is going to tell you what you need, what you want to hear. And there's a difference. Okay. So, if I am your brother's keeper, Lord said that there's nothing greater than a man that would lay his life down for his brother. Why? Because I laid my life down for you. So my job is to say, dogs, I don't have your number, so I don't know you personally, but you speak so boldly. You speak so boldly. And what you're speaking is garbage, hot garbage. It's been outside on the streets for about 3 weeks. You're speaking trash, dog. For real. It's trash. And if I talk trash, I would expect y'all to say, Bolo, you talk trash. And people say I do talk trash. And it's cool. It's cool. This may not be for you. But when you're trying to give advice to men, and you're trying to say to men, stay sucker free, I don't got a problem with you saying stay sucker free. I can dig that. Okay? I get it. I want to stay sucker free. What does sucker free mean to you? Let's understand that so we're on the same page, at least on the same chapter. So I can't say, okay, Aunt Vaughn.
The whole phrase sounds like 1970. So I'm
an old school dude, so I always say old school phrases.
You know what I'm saying?
To me.
It sounds very old school.
Like I'm straight up and down like 6 o'clock. That's old school. But you get the visualization. You look at the clock, it's straight up and down. Right?
Oh my gosh.
I don't know what these guys' cliches are today. It don't make sense to me, but cool. It is what it is. Sometimes you have to learn the language of the commoners when you're there with them. Cool. I don't have an issue with it, but I just want to know where, what does sucker free mean to you? Because I know what it means to me. Sucker free means to me, I'm not going to be around people that are not disciplined. Sucker free means to me that I'm not going to walk into a place with brothers that I know that if I go in there and I don't come out, they're not leaving. That's what sucker free means to me. Right? So I want to know what it means to you. So when you give me the breakdown of what it is, and you sit here and you say this type of woman, this type of this type of that, this type of this type of this, and then they say to you, what kind of woman do you have? A bird. Come on, my man.
You know what? But you know what, Bolo? But here's another component that I think we kind of missed for a second here.
What's that?
and that component is, being able to differentiate between what you want and what you need. You see what I'm saying?
You got to know what
so good.
How about this, Vaughn? You have to know what you want.
Yeah, but here's the thing, man. Listen. You have to be able to differentiate between the two.
Okay.
Because it's not just about what you want.
Mm-hmm.
See, I want the shiny gold. I want the gold chain. You see what I'm saying? But all things that shine are not gold. Everything
Yep,
that glitters
that's why I left
is
that
not
example, Mr.
gold.
Bryant.
Do you
That's why I
see
said
what
that
I'm saying?
example.
So basically, what I'm trying to say is we have to know the difference between the two. What do I need in a woman? Not what I want. 24, 36, 24, with those, a brick house. Wait, hold
Don't
on.
don't do that, Mr. Bryant. Come on, come on. We
Wait, wait,
still
wait,
human.
wait.
Come on,
Hold
Mr.
on
Bryant.
now.
Be
Hold
human.
on. Hold on a second. You see, because we're motivated off of our wants, but we didn't take time to understand what we need. What type of woman do you need? That's the part that we're missing.
But you know what that goes to, Vaughn? It goes to number one. That goes to the first thing we talked about. Know who you are. Because before I know what I want in a woman, I got to know what I want in myself as a man. That's the point. It starts with you. And it's vice versa with the woman. Before you know what you want in a man, you need to know what you want in you. This is why we talk about knowing yourself in the Lord, right? That relationship. That's the progenitor. It starts there. You got to have that relationship with God. Now, God is going to deal with you like he did with Goku. You're going to have to meditate with him. You're going to have to sit down because what I may need may not be what you need. It may be different. So we have to know who we are in the Lord. What direction does the Lord want me to go in? What direction? What is my character, my integrity? What do I need a woman to do for me? 100% on what you're saying. But if I don't know what I need, damn sure I'm not going to know what I need in a woman. Because the Lord tells you, a man that findeth a wife findeth a good thing. How did he find her? Because he knew.
Shouldn't it be a combination of both of what you want and what you need?
It starts with what you make what you want, what you need. What I need is what I want, my G. Everything else, we can figure that out. Because understand something. There are going to be things. This is what I'm saying. There is no perfect person out there for you. You make them perfect for you. What does that mean? That means that courting phase that we are supposed to have, that's you getting to know that woman mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. You don't need too much to get to know someone physically. You really don't. You seen her? Damn, she banging. Okay, there you go. But do you like her mannerisms? Can she add to you? Can she multiply? Can she pray for you? Can she be all these things that wisdom is for you when you were broken? When you couldn't do nothing? Can she be that? Are you looking for that? Are you looking for a woman in your brokenness? Not to heal you from your brokenness, not to help you in your brokenness, but to, what's the word, Big Ant? When they continue you in your brokenness, my brain is fried right now, but enable you in your brokenness.
Yeah, I think it was called enable.
There you go. Is that what it is?
Enable.
A lot of you dudes look for people that are broken so that they can't check you. You just like me. Who the hell are you to check me?
And you know what? Listen, I just heard a brother a few weeks ago, and I believe Scam probably knows who I'm talking about. You know, but he had the nerve to get on a panel.
Who does it this time?
And listen, and he was so adamant about saying how he went after low women just so that he could have children by them.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying? So that he can say that they're unfit, so he can remain to be on the county. You see what? On public aid.
I know who you're talking about.
Because he's the prince of public aid.
Oh, yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I know who you're talking about, but I wasn't around.
This is the mentality that we're dealing with now. You see?
It's a sad thing, man.
And it's a very
Man, why
sad thing to
you
watch.
shooting at these dudes on YouTube, man?
Let me just say this. It's a very sad thing to watch. Because at some, when you look at it, you say, is this really ignorance or is this just stupidity? Because there's a difference now.
It's hurt too. You got to throw that in there, Vaughn.
Wait, wasn't
there? You think that some of it?
You got to throw that in there.
Wasn't there a guy that had he had 13 kids by 13 women, and he was online parading and people were interviewing him or something like that?
There was
Yeah,
I
like
guess. I don't
And
know.
you know what the sad
I
part
don't know who
is?
he is, but and I ain't hating on the brother. You know what I mean? He
Right,
doing what he do, but I don't really know. It just sounds like a
right.
crazy situation.
But you know what the sad part is that a lot of the brethren I'm noticing in these spaces, they don't want to take accountability for nothing.
Mm-mm.
Oh,
They're so
absolutely.
quick to point the wait a minute. They're so quick to point the finger. You see what I'm saying? It's her fault. It's
Mhm.
their fault. It's them down there. It's those people over there. But never take accountability for their own actions. And I'm trying to figure for the life of me, what is going on? You know, is this a part of reality? Or is this just the show that people are putting on? I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
That's what
I
I
don't
I
get
was
it.
Mr.
gonna
Bryant, we
say.
live in a no accountability era. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mo.
I don't get it, man.
Mhm.
And
D-
you know,
Do you,
and then they'll try to cut down a brother like Bolo because he said, "Hey, let's start with the men first." Well, wait,
mhm,
what you mean start with the men first? No, we have to start with the men first.
mhm. So I was gonna ask, do you think that sometimes he may say things just for the sake of shock value, for attention and views, or do you think he genuinely feels that way?
No, okay, let me be honest about that. Definitely, he genuinely feels that way. Okay, because we know
Mhm.
that spirit when we see it.
Right.
It's a lazy spirit, but it's also a greedy spirit.
Damn.
How can you be lazy and greedy at the same time?
Wow, that's so true.
Dang, y'all going in.
Do
Well,
you
this
see what I'm saying?
let me
Wait a minute.
go ahead. I'm
You see,
sorry, Vaughn. Go ahead.
so this spirit
Vaughn
that's
is in.
being,
Vaughn is in.
let me
Let,
just
let
say
him get
it.
it in. Let him get it in. Let him
Let me
get it in,
just say
Bolo.
it. This spirit that we're seeing, it's his reality. You see what I'm saying? You look at the house, you look how he's taking care of his children. You see what I'm saying? You see how they're suffering behind his ignorance or stupidity. And everybody wants to give money and send a super chat and try to help and do this and that. Man, for the life of me, it makes me scratch my head where it don't itch.
can, can I get it right here, Vaughn?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go
Let
ahead.
me say this too. Let me answer that question to what you were saying. Right. Let me answer
Mhm.
that question.
Forgive me, but I had to get
No,
that out.
no, no.
No, it makes
It's
sense.
To that
it's
question that
very,
you
but
were saying,
listen, it makes me distraught also because, you know, my God, what are your children picking up from you? What are your children picking up from you?
Mhm.
What example are you being to your daughters?
this is the issue. This is the issue here. And
Good God, man.
I think that this is where we slip. We slip it. We slip at the point that, again, I don't know what's in a person's heart. So I'm not going to even try to. That's Christ's job.
Out
It's
of the
not.
abundance of the heart, now the mouth
Absolutely, not
speaks.
absolutely. I
And
can only
we
speak.
can know. God will
In
show
other
us.
words, but what I'm saying is, I can see what the fruits you hold, and I can move according to that, and make judgment calls according to that. But to what Vaughn was saying, a lot of the times people don't know the difference between having character and being a character. Having character is when people laugh with you. Having being a character is when people laugh at you.
Yeah.
And a lot of the times people don't understand. They just want to see you crash out. It isn't about, caring or anything like that. They may be at work and they're bored and they want you to crash out. It doesn't help you. It only continues you in your folly. That's all it does. It's the Lord releasing you into that reprobate mind. That's a sad thing. It's a scary thing. When
It's
everyone
very sad.
else can when everyone else can see you're about to crash and you can't. That's a scary thing. And it hurts me to see that happen with especially a man.
Yes.
It's horrible to watch.
It's horrible to
But
watch.
yet this is
They
the
can't see
reality
it.
that we're living in.
Absolutely. That you
May I
can't
say?
see that you can yeah, after this 84, you can come in.
Okay.
That you can't see the crash out. And this goes for everybody. That you can't see it.
And then you have so many disparaging things that you say about God, but yet you're always at the white man's church asking for
Make it make
money. And then you have
Oh,
nerve to go live about it.
Vaughn is pissed.
My
that is
God.
so
Lord.
true.
Let's not make this about any.
No. I know, man. Listen, I'm just saying, sometimes you have to expose the devil. You see what I'm saying? Because he
Yes.
loves to hide behind stuff. He has the roach mentality. As soon as you turn the light on, that's when he goes to dispersing.
Right. You're absolutely
This
right.
is
But this
this
is
is what I'm
this is
sorry.
the thing. This is the thing. I want, although we go in at times,
Man, I've been
I want
holding that
there
in
to
for a while.
be
Glad I got
I
that out.
want there to be a love. In other words, meaning that I don't want it to be, I don't want when these individuals hear this, that they take it, it's hard, you know what I'm saying? But it's love. I don't want you to take it from a place that, we hate you. I don't even want to go into the hating on you. We hate you,
I
or
would
we
hate
don't want the
anybody.
best for you. What we're saying is it hurts us to see the way the world treats you and allow you to crash out. The world doesn't put the red cones around. They don't take out the yellow tape or anything like that. Everyone moves out of the way and pulls their phone out. They don't come and say, yo, bruh, chill, slow down. You don't need to do this here. And if it is done, because it's never been done, it comes across as that person is hating or that person don't know nothing. When it's not about trying to be disrespectful, it's about
Exactly.
trying to grow. That's
Because
what.
listen, have I become your enemy because I told you the truth?
Yes.
Watch it now. Because this
Yes.
is the frame. This is the frame that people try to put you in now. Because you're telling them the truth.
Hey Vaughn,
But that's going to cause you
that go.
inconvenience.
It depends.
Oh,
Hold on one second.
no,
Hold
yeah,
on.
I
Go
was
ahead.
gonna say something real
Go
quick.
ahead.
I'm just saying now,
Go ahead.
listen,
Hold on.
you
Let
know,
84, then Ant, and then Scam.
yeah,
Go ahead.
listen, love is not always whispered.
Open
Sometimes
rebuke
it's
is better
spoken
than
out
secret love.
loudly.
Open rebuke better than secret love. Right?
And listen, and I'm not trying to disparage anybody's name. That's why I didn't mention anybody's name. You see what I'm saying? That there you
I,
go, right there. Right. Just like what was his name? Nathan? You are the man. Isn't that
Yeah.
what
Yeah, that's what he told David.
yeah,
Yes.
you're the
Yes.
man.
Yeah, he
my
did say.
Now,
my
I'm not
only
saying I'm
I
perfect.
won't.
Listen, I know that I have things and shortcomings and,
Absolutely.
and things that I go to God for daily. You see what I'm saying? But I'm not up here doing the fool though. And it's sad, man, especially when I see these babies, man, these beautiful young girls who has to be under that type of regime or whatever you want to call it
Man, money, that's
of
dictatorship.
demons,
Money's a regime.
of demons.
Wow.
Man,
Yeah.
but
And so
our
what
people
can we
are.
do
I'm
about it?
sorry.
You see, I'm surprised that some of this footage has not even been, you know, sent somewhere.
And the devil. Let 84 get in there. Go on. Go
I
ahead.
digress. I
I mean,
digress.
it's no. Go ahead, Mr. Brown. I'm
I'm
sorry.
going to bed
I'm
now.
sorry. I'm not trying to be disruptive and interrupt. My bad.
No. Go ahead.
Um, but yeah, it's the accountability factor is lost in our community, especially when it comes to any literally anything. You'll see men acting a fool. You see women acting a fool, showing all types of things that their mama and daddy gave them. I mean, you done seen all body parts and they shaking it and doing all types of stuff. And I don't know. It's just it's weird to me. I wasn't raised like that. None of my people was raised like that. None of my family was raised like that. So I don't know how our men and women have gotten this far or this low. Um, my only thing is that I don't speak to any of these people that are on these streams that are doing this crazy stuff because um and I understand that y'all try to help them or whatever. But my thing is that for me to help somebody, they got to be open to help. And most people who are doing their own things on YouTube, especially if they're making money, they're not listening to nothing we got to say. You know what I mean? As soon as they hit live, 40, 50 people pull up and they getting money and they getting views and that's all they care about. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
let
we could try to call them the task, but I'm only going to call to task somebody who's willing to at least hear me out or even open to try to change.
Well,
If
let
you're
me
not open to try to change or even hear me, then I know I'm casting my pearls to pigs, and I know that what I'm saying is falling on deaf ears. You know what I
let me
mean?
let me
And
respond to that 84 before you move on.
hold on, I'm gonna land real quick. So at
Okay.
that point, I wash my hands of it. I won't even be on there or entertain it, and I'll pray for them, and they're gonna have to deal with God. You know what I mean? And that's one person that you don't want to deal with, but it is what it is. So
The
yeah.
thing the thing I wanted to respond to what you said was, I get what you're saying, but Tommy Sotomayor used to say something, or he probably still says it. Sometimes you have to teach through a person, opposed to teaching to them. And and what does that mean? Sometimes you have to make that person the example to the rest of the people on who not to be like. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes, I have to say, listen, don't be like Judas, dog. We talk about Judas all the time. So sometimes, we don't make the sermon or the topic Judas, not at all. But sometimes you have to use that today's example of those cats. We have to use them. And the respect that I give is I don't use their names. The respect that I give is I use their talking points, right? I don't attack the person personally because I don't know them personally. So I use the talking points because it's so easy to attack someone personally, right? It's harder to attack the talking points in which that person is speaking to, right? Because their talking point is going to be rock solid and you can attack it. So I'm going to attack the way you look. That's why you bald and you ain't got no hair or whatever the situation might be. So again, we may have to talk through you. We may have to just use you as the example to the people. This is what you don't want to be, whether it be a man or a woman. At the end of the day, we don't have the time, right? We don't have the time. Look out your window. We don't have the time to sit here and say, we got to beat around the bush. We just saw a man get eliminated, deleted on television, and they said the way he was deleted wasn't what we saw. It was different. Now they're starting to come with all these theories of how he would. Brother, we don't got time for it. But I get your point, and I understand it. You're saying, listen, at the end of the day, if they're not willing to adhere to what the Lord is saying, I'm going to leave them alone. And the Lord does say that. You're 100% correct. You're 100% correct on that. However, what examples do we give the youngins on what not to be like? They can't sit here and really look at Judas. They haven't been in the Word. So what example do we give them today? You can't give them Judas. You can't give them these different men and women in the Word that was tripping. You have to give them the examples of what we have today, right? The Diddies, the Sweeties, and all these different people. You don't want to be like them. Why? Let me show you why. So now in this little world that we're in called YouTube, and when we speak, you have some of these people that crash out. Now, again, I don't know none of these people personally, at least the ones that I'm speaking towards, right? I don't know him personally. Don't want to know him personally, to tell you the truth. But his talking points are crazy.
Wow.
That talking point is crazy. It's crazy, right? So when you continue, as Dusto said, this is something he continues. This wasn't a one-off. This is something he pushes. Now, what happens when that young man that's been hurt by a woman, who doesn't have the perseverance, as Big Ant said, Vaughn said, you said, Scam, Mo Love said, right? He doesn't have that perseverance. He doesn't have that introspection thought process to look at himself first, but he blames the woman and he hears this dude talking. Then what? See, this is the point that we have to talk to, because when these young men are pliable and they're looking for wisdom and guidance, why do you think these cats self-delete? Why do you think they do these things? Because they don't have that fortification in the Lord in them to say, nah, this is not the way to go. We're going to figure it out, but this is not the way to go. They're looking at this moment. So we have to. Times like this is important because you don't know who's listening. You don't. And they may need that guidance, big bruh. They may need it. So, again, I try not to go into disrespectful towards the person. Towards the talking point, I'm going to dismantle it and parade it as the garbage it is. But towards the person, I'm not going to attack the person because I don't know them personally. You dig what I'm saying? So I can't say what they may have other points that they're 100% spot on that I might agree with. You know, I have had a conversation with these people in its entirety. You dig what I'm saying? So towards this point in what we're talking about, how men should be before we go into pursuing a woman, you have to understand, my G, this is a dangerous thing, dog. This is dangerous.
It's crucial.
You're potentially taking my daughter and destroying her life. That's what you're doing. Because if she falls in love with this degenerate, whoever it might be, now I'm off who I was talking about. Now I'm just speaking in general. This dude dogs. No, not at all. So again, I can't stop someone from doing what they're going to do. They're going to do what they're going to do. But at the end of the day, I'm going to make sure that my conscience is clear. I'm going to say everything that I need to say. And I'm going to make sure I do it in a spiritual way, not a disrespectful way, hopefully, because sometimes you need to say things disrespectfully. But I don't think this is the moment to do it, right? We don't have no opposing forces here. But
do you believe I was being disrespectful?
No, not at all. No, not at all. I'm just saying.
I'm just asking because
No, you wasn't. What I'm saying is, again, if you're going to dismantle
the devil plays in our face all the time now.
I understand, Vaughn.
We just supposed to say, ha, ha, ha.
Vaughn, we got it. If you're going to dismantle the talking point of the person, I don't have a problem with it. Towards that person personally, that's where I draw the line. You dig what I'm saying? Because I don't know them. I can't tell you up, down, left from right, but I can tell you what they're talking. You know, the talking point is trash. It absolutely is. And it's dangerous. It's dangerous to the point where if you have a daughter and someone is listening to this, hear that trash, and they just got that swag, and you know, they just have the gift of gab and they can get your daughter, now we have a problem. Dig what I'm saying? So if they can hear me speaking not to them personally, but speaking about their talking point. Because again, I'm going to say it again. I hope if they do clip this, they clip the point that I don't know you personally. I don't care to know you personally. I'm sure the feeling is the same. You don't care to know me personally, which is cool. You know, it doesn't stop the world from spinning. The point of the matter is your talking point is trash. It just is, especially when you disrespect the women, and the type of woman you disrespect is the type of woman you say you have at home. At that point, I don't know if you still have it, but at that point, you said you have it home. Bolo didn't say it. You said it. So how do I sit here and say, you know, living like Vaughn lives like a this and a that and whatever, and they say, well, do you live the same way? Yes. You're going to be like, yo, my man. Mm-hmm. Like, you remember the Dave Chappelle thing with my man when he said, what is it like for me to go into Eddie Murphy's house and do all that stuff to his, come on, I got more sense. Did you do it? Yeah, I did it. You looked at that dude like, yo, you off the chain, man. Rick James, you off the chain. Then he turned around and said, cocaine's a hell of a drugs. So everything, everything said you wouldn't do. Picture me going into Eddie Murphy's and doing all of this stuff. Picture what kind of man would do that. No man with proper mindset, grown up by parents and has some respect for himself, are going to go into another man's house, take his dirty boots and put it on the couch. You just dropped all of that and we all agreed with you. And then when they said, did you do it? He said, yes, I did do it. Yes, I did do it. So
listen, one thing I can definitely.
What kind of person you think I am? Put my dirty feet.
Well, I wasn't. Can I say this one thing, please, bro? May I say this one thing?
Yeah,
I wasn't saying that you and Mr. Bryant were.
No. I'm not saying. No. I'm not saying you. I wasn't attacking your situation.
I just want to clarify that y'all got y'all methods of doing it. Y'all do things more kind of like we X-Men. Y'all like more the Professor X type of thing. Like y'all do it that way. I'm Magneto.
What does that
Okay?
mean?
I'm Magneto. All right.
Wait
I
a minute.
told
What,
you to come over here.
what does that
You
mean,
said no.
84?
You either come over here, you die.
He's explaining
That's
it.
it. You know what I mean?
84. Okay, what he's saying, Vaughn, is this: when you look at the X-Men, right? Professor X was more of, listen, we have to exhort every extreme, every rock we need to look under to try and make this work. Magneto was to a point where he was like, dogs, at the end of the day, nah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. This is what we doing. I'm doing this.
Yep.
And Professor X would try to talk to him like, yo, come on, G. And he would be like, because you are my brother, I won't do this. But other than that, dog, so that's what he's coming from. And I get it. He's saying, but here's the thing, I'm gonna show you where you're wrong. Because
but hold on, Bolo. I just want to say this last point.
Go ahead.
My thing is, I understand your methods, and listen, for those out there, y'all make y'all content the way y'all make it. It is what it is. I don't knock y'all hustle. As long as y'all willing to deal with the consequences of whatever content you put out there, it is what it is. I ain't got no beef with none of y'all. And you know what I mean? But I just want to put that out there. But
let me say this: your response
no,
to it.
At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? I just try to be an example about the content that I make, and I try to make content that's healthy, that is, that's a good example. I'm not a perfect content creator, but I try to do as well as I can.
None of us.
Yeah, I mean that's all I can do. I mean, hey, y'all do what y'all do. Y'all try to help them, but it is what it is.
The content that we do is this. Just be the change you want to see. Do better. It doesn't mean you don't slip. I slip. I'm the chief of slipping, brother. I'm the chief of it. Okay? I slip. Okay? The point of the matter is I pray for those. I pray for all of us. I pray for everybody, dog. There's no one that has come across Bolo TV or I've come across on their channels that I don't pray for. I pray for everybody. Everyone I meet on the streets, everyone I talk to, everyone that emails me, everyone I counsel, I pray for everyone, even those I don't know. I pray for them, okay? Because I hope that they would pray for me. Even if they consider me their enemy, I hope you would pray for me, right? And that's the beauty in it. Because at the end of the day, we were enemies of Christ. And I say this all the time, right? That we are willing to put on the death of Christ, but when it comes to us dying in him, we have a problem with that.
Amen.
We have a problem with it.
Amen.
And that covenant is not sealed until yourself you die in Christ. Right? So again, they're going to chop this up if they do. They're going to do whatever they do. And I'm willing to have the conversation pertaining to that topic that we were talking about, and we can compartmentalize. So that's why I try to make it very clear, concise, and precise when I say I don't know you personally. I don't know none of these people that I know personally. And these are conversations that I've had on Sharon's channel, I've had on Izzy's channel, I've had on your channel, I've had on a plethora of people's channels. So it's not like no one don't know where Bolo stands or anyone that's in the village stands. Yeah. Anthony has done it. Vaughn has done it. Scorch has done it. Lyric has done it. So it's not like you don't know. Mo has done it. So it's not like you don't know how we stand, right? Or where we stand. You dig what I'm saying? So attack the talking point. I have no problem with you dismantling my talking point if you can, right? I have no problem. Even when I was having a conversation with the person that he's talking about, that Vaughn is talking about. And he said to me, Bolo. And I said, yes. He said, Bolo, if I can show you that Christ didn't exist or that something is wrong, will you think about not dealing with Jesus? I said, you know what? If you can show me something outside of what I understand, I'll take it in consideration. I'm not going to throw it off the table. I said, but let me ask you, if I can show you something that you have not seen and that Christ existed and all this stuff, will you consider? He said, no. Completely. And I said, then that's a disingenuous conversation, my G. It's disingenuous because I'm willing to take it. You're not.
But you know what? At some point, listen, you're going to have to just stand up sometimes and say, the emperor has no clothes on. Sometimes, listen, sometimes that needs to be said.
The emperor got
Now,
no clothes on. What?
Listen, now watch it. You see what I'm saying? He's walking around naked for God and everybody else to see. But we want to pretend like he has clothes on. You know, it's nothing wrong with telling the truth now.
Right.
You know, and just because I say the truth or I'm expressing it tonight doesn't mean that I don't pray for that brother. I pray for him and his daughters. You see what I'm saying? Because I see the need for deliverance in that household.
Yes.
But at the same time, listen, at the same time.
But everybody can't be saved, Joe. Some people ain't going to make it.
84. Let me just say this real quick. 84. Let me just say this. At the same time, we're not going to call bad good, and we're not going to call good bad.
That's 100%. But let me say this to what you just said, 84. And Aunt was here. Okay, so this ain't nothing. Aunt, please correct me. Aunt, you with me? You with me right now?
I'm with you right now.
Please correct me and stop me anytime I say anything off. Okay, so we're having a conversation here, right? 84. And I'm talking about, this is when we used to do the wee hours of the night. We'll start at 9:30, end at 7 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Okay, so there was a cat that was talking to Aunt. Kept asking Aunt about, you know, self-deletion and this, that, and the third. So then Aunt tagged me in. And we're talking to this young brother. Talking to him. So we closing it out. You know how we do it. We read a prayer, we read a Psalms, and then we do whatever, and then final thoughts. When we got to him, Aunt, please correct me when I'm wrong. Okay? We don't know what this dude is going through. We don't know what he's talking about. We don't know who's listening. He cams up with a revolver. So I'm thinking, oh man, this video is gonna get shut down. And he says, Bolo and Aunt, every night I put this gun in my mouth and pull the trigger. I'm not gonna do it anymore. Am I wrong, Aunt?
Wow.
No, because to add to that, he said he basically plays Russian roulette. He had like it was a 6-shot revolver. That's what he had. And he had a bullet in it. And we were like, when Bolo his head afterwards, he's like, I had my finger on the he said I had a finger on to like drop him off screen.
Yeah.
He said I was like watching it because he was like, because he popped up because it was just like this, because you know, with the exception of Sweatbread, you know, no one really shows face. But he's like, yeah, he popped up because the deal was we had just got to finish praying. We had prayed for him and everything, and he literally, he popped up on screen, and the gun was on the table, and he had bullets around the gun.
Wow.
And there was a gun, and he like opened it up, flipped it open, showed that there was a bullet in it, and closed it up. And that's when he said what he said. And he said this is the first night. I can honestly tell you, this is the first night that I'm not going to do it.
So this is why I'm an advocate for every time you touch that mic, every time you're in the street. And Aunt said this eloquently. Anytime that you're out there, Vaughn says it, Mo says it. You know, anytime that you're out there and you can proclaim the Lord, proclaim him, because you don't know who the Lord is going to save through your preaching. You have no clue, none whatsoever. But I get your point. There are people that I get to a point where I'm like, nah, dude, I'm good. I don't even want to have a conversation with him. And if you want to talk to him, you can. I'm done. You know what I'm saying? I am at that point with certain people. So I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with you, 84. I'm just saying that my patience is a little bit longer than yours. Vaughn's patience is a little bit longer than mine. Aunt's patience is longer than all of ours. You know what I'm saying? So again, I may get to a point I'm like, I'm good. I'm good. If y'all want to talk to him, y'all can. I'm not. I did my part. You know? So I don't disagree with you. I agree with you 100%. When you're at that point, when the Lord tells This is why the Lord says one man planted, another man watereth. When the Lord says 84, you're done, move on to the next person. That's what you do. Now the Lord may tag me in and say, okay, Bolo, it's time for you to talk to him. Okay, Bolo, you're through. Vaughn, it's your turn. Vaughn, you're through.
And listen, and don't think that I'm not in the chat, of individuals that I'm talking about.
He definitely is in the chat.
Because I put some things in the chat now.
Vaughn be everywhere.
Yeah, Vaughn is everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
Vaughn is everywhere. I've seen Vaughn in places that surprise me. I'm like, what is Vaughn doing here? And you just see Vaughn and you see God.
Y'all called him the wandering prophet for a reason.
Absolutely.
That's
Yes.
what he is. He's doing a job.
I'm listening because these same people may turn up over here, and I already know the spirit, and I will already know the character.
I didn't even think about that.
So I'm listening. I'm everywhere listening. You see what I'm saying? Because sure enough, like I said before, some of them have turned up over here now.
And that is true. I've seen some of them pop up. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. And they know me from being in the chat because, I tell the truth in the chat now.
and that's the thing.
Yes, you do.
And that's
And I'm not disagreeing with you brothers' methods. I'm gonna just say this.
No, I know you're not. You have your method how you do it. We do.
No, but what I want to say is this. I've taught people off the ledge too. Y'all know that. Y'all seen that. Late great bro Clarence. He did a whole drive. Because I taught me and my brother M3 taught somebody off the ledge. And salute to her.
Yeah.
My only thing. Yeah, my only thing is this. Yeah, some people. Yes, we can try to tell people off the edge, and maybe y'all gonna laugh at this, but it is what it is. But some people just gotta go. Some people can't be here. They gotta go. And I hope they do go, because a lot of people, I don't really like most people anyway. So some people gotta go. They need to go, and they shouldn't be here because they are just evil and they're hurting people, and they gotta get up out of here. Seriously, I'm serious.
And I know Sam has seen it all.
Well, let me say this to that.
Everywhere too.
Let me say this to that.
Well, I don't go everywhere no more.
I get your point. I get your point when you're saying that, this is where, I always tell people this, and Ant can correct me if I'm wrong. I always say, leave your personal feelings at the door. This ain't got nothing to do with us, bro. This is not our personal feelings. I have personal feelings, I promise you, towards certain people that I talk to. But when we're on this stage talking the Lord tells you to deliver this message the way I'm giving it to you in this moment. Sometimes it may be harsh. Sometimes it may be soft. It depends on how the Spirit, like Vaughn said, right? It depends on what the moment and how the Spirit is that the Lord wants you to deliver this message to save the soul, right? Because again, this is nothing. This is not about Bolo, Ant, Vaughn, Scorch, Mo, Dusto, 84, or Sweatbread. This is about Christ, dog. I take nothing at all. I don't even like when you guys thank me. Period. I don't like it. Because it's easy for men to get caught up in ego. It is very easy for men to get caught up in ego. And I don't want no parts of it. That's why when people say, well, Bolo, all praises to the Lord. All praises to our Lord and Savior. So, it's a very slippery slope, 84. It's a very slippery slope where you're at. And again, that's where you're at. You got to reconcile that with the Father. That's where you're at. Again, there's a lot of people that I talk with that I may personally not like. Maybe because of the way they speak, the way they do this, the way they do that. But the point of this right here is we're always talking about the effect. Seldomly do we talk about the cause. We always talk about the effect. What caused this? And that's what we're doing today. We're talking about the cause before you get into a woman's life, before you get into a man's life. And it's look like it's only going to be the man tonight. Next week we can do the women, but before you get into this woman's life. Because we're speaking so long, because there's so many people on the panel. You know what I'm saying? And here in the village, if your point takes 10 minutes, we let you rock out. What other channel does that? What other channel does take as long as you want to go? Now, if it starts going left, then we'll try and pull you back in, but we don't interrupt. So sometimes A 10-minute conversation turns into a 10-hour conversation because everyone has different perspectives and we want to hear it, right? We want to hear it. So the thing that we're doing is we always talk about the effect. Seldomly do we talk about the cause. And, we don't talk about before you go and get that woman healed from your previous relationship, my G. Don't rush into another one because you're hurting and you want to fill that void up with something. Learn from that fall. It's not a failure if you learn from it. It's called a life experience. That's what it's called. It's only a failure if you learn nothing. What did you learn from it? Nothing. Man, you failed then. But what did you learn from it? I learned not to go down that block where the pit bulls at. Then my G, you learned something.
You really don't like dogs, do you?
No, I don't like dogs. I love dogs. The point of the matter is I give stupid examples to make people see how stupid their thought process is. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I'll go that route and say something really stupid. You'd be like, come on, Bo. I'm like, but B, you should listen, my dude. Listen to me. Was we on your channel? Yeah, we were on your channel.
When you got called a simp?
When I got called a simp, my dude.
Yeah, that was crazy. He didn't just call you a simp. He called everybody a simp, but go ahead.
Yeah, but he really came at me because I was the one that said that what you're saying is wrong, right? And he called me a simp. And it was myself, Vaughn, and Bro C was on the panel. You know what I'm saying? So, again, I don't take it personal because you don't know me. I don't put myself under. I don't give you the power over me because you think a certain way. It's all good.
But why do they call like the good God-fearing married men simps?
Because you have to understand something. That's a very good question, Mo. And you know what I hold it up to? Remember when Joseph said to his brothers, I love you and I forgive you? Remember the brothers was like, nah, this dude is trying to play us, right? He gonna kill us. Because at that moment, they were projecting what they couldn't forgive opposed to what he did. In other words, if Joseph would have did to them what they did to him, they wouldn't have forgave him. And if they had that power that Joseph had, they would have killed Joseph. So when they call you a simp, when they call you this and they call you that, it's a projection. It's a projection. It's
really jealousy too.
That's what it is, but that's the projection. I'm not trying to use jealousy because I don't want them not, because you know how you say certain words to women and they don't hear nothing? Like if you call them a B, and you give them the cure to cancer, after you say B, they don't hear it. When you say jealousy and things like that affects men the same way. So that's why I'm trying to use that word, because I want them to receive what we're saying today. Because we don't say this to harm you. We say this because at the end of the day, you will harm yourself. This has nothing to do with us. Because we know where we're going, my G. We're trying to get you to understand where you're going.
That's a fact.
That's the point of it. We know where we're going. We're secure. You're not. And what we're trying to do is help you get secure. I'm trying to help you fasten your seatbelt. You kicking me in my face. After a while, I will take the position of 84 and be like, all right, my G, you'll see. And I'll continue pushing. But that's the point. We always want to mitigate after the situation. We don't want to take the time to say, what happens, big bro, before we get into that situation? We always want to come in after it's done. But what the Lord is telling us is here, well, why don't you talk about preventative maintenance? Talk about it before your car breaks down. Let's talk about that now. So before you get into dealing with these women, Duke, you need to do some work on yourself. You need to do work on yourself. We understand that there's a lot of things going on, but you need to do work on yourself. You need to chill. And I'll drop this. 84, it was on your channel, you and M3's channel. There was two dudes talking. One dude, and I believe the topic was women don't care. They don't care. That was the topic. Women don't care.
Hold on. I just want to. Can I give a disclaimer real quick?
Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
not a perfect man, okay? I may fall tomorrow. I may fall tonight. I got my flaws, okay? I'm just telling you what I'm not willing to put up with the people online. I
Right.
love all of y'all, but yeah, but go ahead, Bolo. Tell your
So,
story. I'm here.
we're on the thing, and this is when you and M3 would go live a lot together. And one dude, his name was DJ something. I forgot the name. Right? He was like,
Oh,
yeah,
my brother DJ the King. That's my other brother.
yeah,
Yeah, that's my other brother.
my girl, she
What's up,
broke
DJ
up
the
with
King?
me, and this, that, and the third, and she didn't care, and blah, blah, blah. And there was another brother up there named Razik, right? And he was saying the same thing. But to me, it didn't sound the same, although they were saying the same thing. It didn't sound the same. So I said, when it came to me, when 84 Sabola, you want to say, I said, okay, I just got a couple of questions I want to ask. It's going to be a little personal. So if it's too personal, don't answer. So I said, what happened with your relationship? He's like, something happened, whatever. They cheated, or she cheated, he cheated, something like that happened, and they broke up. I said, cool. Okay. So then I said, Razik, what happened with you? Because it didn't sound right with him. And he was like, yeah, women, this, and the third. I said, what was your relationship like with your mother? I said, my mother hated my guts. My mother never loved me. This is what he's saying. Hated my guts. Never loved me. The one woman that would want nothing from me didn't love me. Said to me, she wished I was never born. Now you see how two people can say the same thing, but two different situations. I can understand why Razik feel that way. You feel that way totally different. It's a totally different situation. But to the untrained ear, they'll look at it the same way and give the same advice to that person instead of taking the time to sit there and say, brother, there's something different in your tone than it is with his. Right? Because remember the conversation I said to you. I don't go into conversations already with a direction. I want you to direct me so I can understand where you're going with it. So I can understand where you come from. So when the Lord does put something in me in the spirit, I can give it to you the way you need it, not the way I want to deliver it. Does that make sense? I hope that does. So I'm talking to the brother.
Absolutely.
I'm talking to the brother and talking to the brother and talking to the brother. And now the brother's in a better place. I don't know if it was because of me or whatever. I hope I had some type of, through the spirit. But he's in a better place today, which is a beautiful thing. A beautiful thing. So I bring that up to say that these conversations are important, right? They're important to sit down and understand where these men and women are coming from, because if you don't understand, you're going to give them the wrong advice. Aunt and I talked to one woman for about 8 hours because the intentions was good, but the advice was trash. This woman was thinking about self-deletion. So the point of the matter is it's very important, man. And that importance, it starts with you. Because again, if I'm going through something, me personally, if I'm going through something, I don't want to take that stress and that pesosity that I'm going through, bring it into a counseling session and bring it into you and give you that angst and that anger that I got towards whatever I'm going through into you. So that's why I compartmentalize myself most times, right? Because I don't want to give it. Now, it could be wrong because the people around me that love me is like, yo, dude, what you doing? That's just how I deal with it, and I'm working on it. It's not good. I promise you it's not. But that's just how I do it. And I've done it for years. I know it's not good. I'm working on it. So I'm a work in progress. That's not an excuse. I'm just telling you what it is. But I don't want to bring my issue. And this is what we do with our children. When the children are talking to us, we bring our issues of they might be going through something similar to what we're going through, and we will put ourselves in their situation. But when I was younger, this ain't about you. How you handle it is different than how they're going to handle it. When we deal with our friends, we do the same thing. We deal with our brothers, we deal with our sisters, we deal with our cousins. We do this. And I'm not telling you I got it down packed. I promise you I don't. I'm just saying that this is what we need to do. This is what the Lord calls us to do. This is part of the royal law. You know there's a royal law, right? There's a royal law that Christ gives. And that's those two. That's the royal law. that's above all. And he calls us.
Absolutely, Bolo. And all you could do, like you said, is just do your part.
That's all. You can't do no more than that. I can't do
because
no more
because
than that.
the perfect leadership is God. God is the Father. You know.
Absolutely. My job is to lead you to him and then hand you off and bounce and go to the next person. My job is to mark you. Put that mark on your door. Okay, let's go to the next one, guys. Come on, let's take our tour and go to the next state. That's what we do. We go to the next state.
And everybody's not going to receive you. You see what I'm saying? Even when you come with sincerity and you have the truth in you to share, everybody's not going to receive the truth. You see, they're going to reject it. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to be held accountable for the truth that they hear. Now, you can reject the truth all you want, but once it's given to you, that's your choice. You see what I'm saying? And listen, this is how God operates now. Because when you stand before him, he's going to say, remember on October the 19th, and I came to you and said, repent, right? And you rejected me. You see? Now you have to depart from me, you worker of iniquity. I don't want to be in that spot, man. I don't want to be in that place.
I do not want the Lord to tell me,
I don't want to be in that spot.
You didn't? Nah, I don't want that hot sauce. I'm good.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
All I'm doing is talking, man. I can talk. You know, I don't want the Lord, you know what I'm saying? I don't want the Lord to tell me, you remember that dude that you were supposed to talk to and you were tired that day? My man, I had a person call me. I'm sleeping, bro. I'm sleeping. And they called me and said, listen, man, I just need someone to talk to for a half hour. I can't sleep. They call a hotline. I said, yo, what's up, man? What you want to talk about, bro? What do you want to talk about? They spoke to me for a good half hour, 45 minutes. Said, okay, I can go to sleep now. I said, all right, man, good night. I stayed up for the rest of the day.
That's that in and out of season. We have to be able to do it in and out of season.
In and out of sleep, too.
That's what we're called to.
And you know, it's a crazy thing. You know who was, and I said this to Ant. I think I said this to Ant and shedded a tear. You know who was the only one that asked me, of all the people that I counsel, you know who was the only one to ask me how I was doing? A child, a 13-year-old boy. Said to me, Bola, you always ask how I'm feeling. How are you doing, dog? Yo, brought tears to my eyes, dog.
Yeah.
That he did that. And I was like, man, I'm good. And I said that to him. I said, you know, you're the only one that ever asked. And he was like, well, you know, typically when people are going through things, they don't care about the other person. They just want, you know, they just want to get whatever they got off their chest. But what about the person that's pouring into you? What about them? What are they going through? What are they going through?
You know, sad to say that, you know, that there's a sister who, excuse me, frequents the village over here. And I happened to be on a stream one night, and she was actually on the panel. And this sister has been through quite a bit. I mean, God, you know, the things that she's gone through. And so she began to share her testimony on that panel of people who really didn't care anything about her.
Wow.
And so what happened was, man, they started to just make light of her situation. And she was really crying out to these people, you know? And I believe you know who I'm talking about.
I know who you're talking about. I know who you're talking about.
And I kept saying in the chat, you don't need to be on here. You know, you need to get off of here, you see. But the people were so heartless that night with her, you know, that she actually, you know, wrote a letter that she wanted to finish, you know, her life. That's crazy, man.
It's crazy work.
We have to be careful of the people that we go around, you know, especially when you know that there's no love for you there.
But you know what it is? So sometimes, Vaughn, we get so caught up, right? And we get so twisted and dizzy that we don't know which direction to go into. So we just walk into anyone that will tolerate us. You know, we go in there when we're tolerated opposed to celebrated, right? And that's the thing. This is why we say, this is why we made it a one of our missions that anytime we see someone that don't look regular, don't look regular in the village, we shout them out. Welcome to the village. Because sometimes people are not seen, man. Sometimes people just want to be seen.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah. And it was just the wrong place, man. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah.
Because those people really had no love for her, you know.
Yeah,
And,
unfortunately.
man, it was really sad to watch that night. And she went back and forth with them, you know, to the point to where she left a disparaging message.
Wow.
A comment in one of our streams afterwards.
That's crazy.
And man, you know, it was so sad for me to see that. And I knew in my heart that, you know, it was because of that situation that she felt hopeless. And see, people are so careless. They don't care what they say to each other. You see, you have no idea how heavy and strong your words are when you're speaking to other people. You can lead them on the path to destruction.
Yep.
And you don't even know because you're so insensitive.
What if that's you?
Man, my God.
And Mr. Bryant, like you said it, Mr. Bryant, you got to be careful who you're around, right?
Yes.
And
Yes, sir.
And the late great Bro C used to say this. Man, I miss Bro C so much. I know y'all do too. He used to always joke with me. He said, 84, you know, sometimes we even like these people, man. He used to always say that. Man, but it's true. Sometimes we like these people, but they're no good for us, man. They're no good for us. I know Sweat Brandon Vagoda pulled up. I don't want to take too much more. I know we all cheering, but I know he's there.
But I promise you tonight, we ain't staying on for another 8 hours, brother. I promise you tonight, we're not doing that. So
wait a minute now. We got more love here. We have a little longevity now.
Yeah, that's good. On love don't sleep.
I'm just messing with you, Mo.
I know.
Yeah,
Where-
but she's
where
not
are you?
giving us that insomniac blood to keep us awake.
Oh my
Dawn
gosh.
Walker.
Yeah, they don't sleep. None of the
don't
two
sleep.
of them, Mr. Bryant, Mo, Bolo don't sleep either. They don't. None of these
I
people
sleep,
sleep.
brother. I promise you. There's times when see Vaughn is he's a different hybrid. See, Vaughn is a day walker.
He's
Vaughn,
always up too.
yeah, Vaughn just needs 10 minutes of sleep, and that'll give him
Power
That's all he
naps.
needs.
Power naps.
You call them power naps.
I'm about to call it a night. Y'all have a good night. I'm about to drop.
Yo,
About to
Scam
drop.
my G, man.
All right,
Thank you for
Scam.
showing
Later,
up, my
brother.
G.
All right, brother
What's
Scam.
up, people?
Good night, Scam.
So let's throw out the last thing for the men, because women we're gonna do next week. The last thing is number 5 is respect women. Not just the one you want, but all women. If you dishonor women in general, you won't suddenly change when you meet the one.
Ain't that something? Wow.
Speak
man.
on it. Speak on it, brother.
That's deep, brother, because you know what? I believe that, and this is just, how I was brought up. Everybody deserves respect. Even if you see a bum on the street, you respect them. You see what I'm saying? Those who you think are unworthy of respect, you have to give it anyway. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't mean that you have to condone or go along with if they're doing something wrong. But it was just like, say that I see a sister on the street and I know that she's out here selling her body. I can give her a kind word and say, hey, how you doing? You never know how God is going to use you. You never know how God is going to use you. I don't have to say, hey, I don't have to call her out of her name, or, you know what I'm saying? That there's a way that you can respect people because you're humane. It's called being humane.
Right.
And I think we've lost that, along the way. But we have to learn how to respect women. And what I see in a lot of these spaces and on these panels, because I don't see it in the real life that I live, and that I've walked and traveled.
Mm-hmm.
Because the people that I'm around don't frequently call women bees and all of these different things and talk so lowly of them, But I am privy to it now because I see the fruits that's being bared on YouTube. You see, and all the sisters are a B, or either they're a hoe, or they're this or they're that. You see what I'm saying? Very disparaging things that we have to say about the same women that we say we desire, though. How does that work? You desire the woman, but yet you despise her with your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Come on now. We got to get that together, brothers. That's not cool. I never understood it. I still don't understand it.
It's their hurt,
as long as we continue this quote unquote gender war, we will remain separate. We will remain divided. It's until we learn to come together and try to understand each other through love, I think we'll be better off. I digress.
I say this. It has, when you talk about that, if you have no foundation for what love is, then it's kind of hard. You got to understand. You have no foundation for what love is, but yet and still, you never learn the opposite of love, which is apathy. So it's not even that you don't care. You completely do the other, which is hate. So I'll talk down and I'll say things and I'll disparage what I truly hate, because that's what has messed with me my whole life. So everything that I do, not because of love, is that because it's more of revenge. And when it's more for revenge and hate, then you have all of the things that you have before. Even they can say, even when what they say certain things and they say, oh, I was just joking. Why does it that have to be that joke? Right. And so you hear words that women say to themselves and talk among themselves and call each other themselves, and you're around that constantly. So now you have something to use as a ploy in your revenge and your hate. So it's not really about coming to, you won't have there has to be a commonality to have unity. There has to be a specific standard. There has to be a specific foundation. And we kind of had this discussion a few weeks back. It's hard to build with people that when there is no foundation to build upon. We love to say that. Yeah, I hear those talking points a lot about, well, if black people, for example, would just come together, or if we all just can come together, just as people and not see color and this and this and this and this. True, it could work, but what you have to have a foundation to stand on for all of these things.
Yeah.
You can't just say if it's not your skin color that you're trying to use as a unifying aspect, then what is it? And so if no one has a commonality and if no one has a specific foundation, right, then you there's nothing to build on. And so when the scripture tells you, right, and it talks about the love of Christ, and it talks about us being, notice what it says, all the unity is built around the love of Christ. All of and it tells you what? In Christ, there's no what? There's no Jew, there's no Gentile, there's no bond, there's no free, there's no male or no female. Why is it saying that? Is it mean that those things don't exist? No, it doesn't mean that those things don't exist, but it comes in at the end of it, and it says what? But Christ, what? All and in all. In other words, the unifying portion behind it is Christ. And so that's why when you look and get in the Revelation and you see all of the people that are in heaven, and it talks about every tribe and tongue and nation and people and all of these different things. Why can it say that? Because that's all the people who's had their blood, their robes washed in the blood of the Lamb, right? Because of Christ, this exists. And this is the one thing that people have been trying to build on and make all of these things happen. And we need to unify this and we need to unify that. But they try to do it in their own power. And that's not going to work, because the only time unification like that worked is under a dictatorship. That's it. It was under a dictatorship. It was under some communist party or whatever else. And it was done by oppressive means and not freedom. So if it's not Christ, there's no foundation to build on. If it's not Christ, no communities are ever going to come together.
I agree.
If it's not Christ, no one's going to build on anything, because everything you're trying to build on is sand and there's no rock.
And, I can agree with that because, I definitely agree with what you just said. There's no other ground to stand on. All other ground is sinking sand. You see, so definitely, man, I get it. But man, it's just unfortunate that we can't even have simple conversations with each other.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? Without going at each other's throat and you women this, and the women are saying you men this and you men that, and and there's no answer.
Yeah, but Vaughn, that's
Big Ant, can I share after you, Big Ant?
Okay.
It's like you're forever asking for an answer, but you're never coming into the knowledge of the truth of the matter.
No, but see, you
crazy.
You're missing the point on this, right?
Okay.
I hear you saying you agree, and I believe you do, but you missed the point. If men hate darkness rather than love darkness rather than light, they're going to go to where the darkness is. Yeah. Look at this. Look, we've been on this stream for 4 hours.
I agree.
And 11 minutes and 10 seconds, right? There's nobody calling anybody out their lane. In a little bit, in a few minutes ago.
What'd you say? I missed that last part, Brother Ant.
No, I was saying, there's no one calling anyone out their name. We've all had laughs. We all had great discussions.
Yeah.
We might have disagreed, but we disagreed in a way that was respectful and everything else. Yeah. And, it was even to that point where Scan was on here and was amazed, like Bolo was kind of making fun of it, but he was kind of amazed for the simple fact of what? He got to get his point out and be able to say what he needed to say. And then the conversation, and then we built on the conversation. We built around that, right? And so that's what happens, but you got to look at it. The foundation of everyone here, that doesn't mean we agree 100% with each other, but the foundation here is Christ. We've had many different people of many different races at many different times from all over the world show up on this channel, be able to communicate, be able to talk, be able to have conversations. And we've disagreed with each other on certain things, and we've agreed with each other on certain things, but it has never been to any shape, form, or fashion as what you would see on a whole bunch of other channels. Why? Our foundation is different. Yeah. That's why. 84 on you. And then Vagoda's next.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that it used to be a time within our community, right? Because y'all talked about unity, and unity can happen. There used to be a time where, and I've seen this, and y'all know this. There could be guys or women who are living that life, living that street life, and doing all type of nefarious things. But they see an old lady crossing the street, they're gonna help her with her groceries, right? They go past the church, they're gonna take off their hat. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Or if they doing something nefarious, they see the kids playing, they're like, "Hey man, put that away, man. There's kids outside." Or they see a young brother and sister coming from school, and they out in the streets doing what they do, and they're like, "Hey, keep going to that school, man. Stay in your books." You know what I mean? We don't have that anymore, and it's sad. I think we can get back to that point of having that. It's, you know what I mean? But there's no order. There's no order in anything that we do. There's no order. Even the thieves and the criminals had order back in the day. But we don't got that anymore.
But that's because the thieves and the criminals, like you just happened to mention, their foundation was even even though they were doing wrong, their foundation was God.
Facts.
So when things went down, what would happen? They'd be sitting up there drinking on the corner. Rev come walking by or whatever else. They do what? They hide the bottle off to the side.
Put it away. Yeah.
When they drive by, like you said, drive by in the car, be playing music, all kind of crazy music. All not so crazy music. It just be loud, right? They drive by the church. What they do? They rev that
Turn it
joke all the
down.
way down, right?
Yep.
Then they
There
get
was a
past the
certain
church.
reverence.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
Yes.
Because the foundation,
certain
the
reverence.
foundation, even though they were not following godly principles, the
Mm-hmm.
foundation was godly. And that's why you could, like you said, you knew you didn't go to Miss Jones' house and do all kind of things around Miss Jones' house, the
Yes,
widow
sir.
that lives on the corner. What you did, you helped her with her groceries, you took care of her yard if she needed it, barely charged her anything, if anything at all, or whatever else. Right? You made sure that nobody go over there and bother her, and everything if her house looked like it needs some work, you had men around the community that would go over there and fix it and everything else. Now Miss Jones living in wretched squalor because she has no one to help her, and she has no one, and no one goes to help her out of the kindness of
Mm-hmm.
their heart. Why? Because the foundation is different now.
Yeah,
The foundation is
Mm.
different.
exactly.
Vagoda, on you.
Yeah.
Hello. Long time no seen. No?
Hey man,
Hey,
welcome,
Hey,
welcome.
Vagoda. What's up, Vagoda?
Nice to see you. Okay, I'm now at work, so I'm not going to be here very long. Just want to say hello and Bolo, are you there?
I'm here. I reached out to
Yeah.
you on Discord, but I didn't get a response.
I tried to call you a few times in Discord, didn't you see?
Uh, it's been crazy. We're going for the last few weeks. Things are starting to rev a little down, but it's been crazy. So
You're telling me.
yeah,
Well,
how you been
if
doing? How you
how
been?
I'm doing, I'm
Yes, sir.
okay.
How's your family?
Don't don't call me sir. I am okay.
How's your family?
Yeah, we are okay.
That's
You seen
awesome.
the pictures that I sent you?
I saw the pictures. I saw the pictures. Yes, I
Yeah.
did see.
You have an echo in your voice.
Yeah. You know.
What do you have? Are you tired? Well,
Yeah. I can't. I shouldn't be talking this long, but you know.
yeah. Well, it's morning for me. Almost 11 in the morning.
Damn, you're on the other side of the planet. As Ant would say, you on the bizarro world.
I mean, what?
Forget it. You on the other side of the earth, man.
Bizarre word, huh?
It's a Superman. It's a Superman reference. Superman.
Okay. Nice to know.
But how have you been? We'll talk Monday, man. We'll talk Monday,
Yeah,
Lord.
today you have, if I'm mistaken, tomorrow you have later on a few hours from now, one of your videos, live shows, no?
No. Tomorrow we're at Mo Love show. Mo Love has a show tomorrow.
Oh, we got
Okay,
a
then I
pre-show,
will see
Bolo.
her.
We got a pre-show on my channel before Mo. We got a
Oh,
pre-show.
okay.
We got a devotional beforehand.
Okay.
You know, Bolo, if
Yes,
I
sir.
can, like I wrote to you, I want to talk to you after one of your live shows.
Okay. All right, sir.
Yeah, it's please don't call me sir.
All right. I'm sorry, brother. It's just okay. Okay, Vagoda.
Yeah.
We can talk after.
Yeah, and also to Miss Mo Love, nice to see you here. Did you see also the pictures that I sent you?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Did you see also the pictures that I sent you of the hostages that have returned?
Oh, I did not. Where did you
You
send
should
it?
see. I sent it in the same place that I sent Bolo them. The same same place the same network that I send Bolo from. I mean the same, how you call Discord? Yeah, the
Oh,
same.
Discord. I will
Yeah.
check it. I'll check it.
Yeah, they see some of how the hostages that have returned their look now, and also, if I'm mistaken, I also send you or Bolo, or at least one of you, a picture of also one of the one of the hostages that I returned as a corpse, but never mind that. But in any case,
No, I said, oh wow. I will
Yeah.
definitely check it out. I have to check my
Yeah.
inbox.
And I did see the
Yeah.
footage on some of the news media here of those hostages that were released,
Which
and
one you saw?
returned to their families. I'm not sure which one I saw, but I saw a few of them, where their families received them back, and everyone was happy and they embraced each other. So, I kind of praised God for that.
Yeah, there are still at least for now there are still 17 corpses of hostages that need to be buried.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, they are,
But I
but at
think they
least thanks
released.
to
What
Trump.
did they do? They released like what, 200 of them, or do I
No,
have?
they released 20 living hostages, and now they are releasing in every few days another dead hostage from Gaza, or
Oh,
if you say corp. But the 20 alive hostages were released. There's no living hostages in Gaza anymore, thanks to Trump.
wow.
Yeah.
Well, one good thing he did, huh? Okay. Wow.
Yeah, Trump is also behind. Thanks to Trump, a few months ago, more than half a year ago, all the living females were released from Gaza. Also, if we want to talk about Trump, thanks to him, all the female
I don't
soldiers
care
have
to talk
returned.
about Trump.
We really don't want to talk about Trump right
Yeah,
now.
I don't care to talk about
Okay. Okay.
But you good though, right? Pagoda, you good?
Yeah, I am good. There was no alarm in the last weeks. We are
Praise
in a
God.
ceasefire right now, if I didn't say so.
Praise
Just for
God.
now.
That's good, man.
Praise God. All right.
Yeah.
So, Sweat bread. We didn't get you. You didn't say anything. Sweat bread.
Yeah, just I would just want to say also,
Okay.
first of all, I hope, well, like I said, I hope that you will do it in more comfortable hours, but whatever, I needed to go back to work, so see ya.
All right.
Ciao.
Be safe, man. Ciao.
Thank you. Be safe. Ciao.
Okay. Sweat bread.
Yes.
Where are you?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. I'm saying, what state are you in?
Oh man, Illinois, going to Wisconsin. I'm going up to close to Canada. I'm going to Escanaba.
Okay. You
Yeah,
got
man.
any,
I was just
you got any questions that can be answered in the next half hour, my G?
okay. Questions. Well, yeah. I do. I got two, but I'm trying to narrow down to one.
He didn't even hesitate. You see, he didn't even hesitate. He said,
I was hoping he said no. I was hoping to do
That's like asking if water's wet.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
hoping. He said, "No, bro, I ain't got nothing." Money said, "Yeah, thank you." For, like when you ask that dude if he want to lift, you really don't want to give him a lift. He just
That's a tough
Bolo
question.
is
You can't
funny.
really ask that. He just do that to mess with me. I know.
Go ahead, Sweat, bro. What's
No,
your
I'm gonna narrow it down to one. I was just gonna give a
Okay, go ahead.
testimony, man. No, man, they used to, the alphabet people are really out here, man. They try to make sure I speak English, all this stuff, and then I was like we was talking about Illinois, about the people was trying to have a war, and man, I was just thank God that nobody had a trigger finger because, how they were really, I couldn't even
Wait,
speak.
Sweat, bro, you said there's a war in Illinois, huh?
Remember, you were just saying. Remember the military in Illinois. I did.
Oh, when the ICE agents and all that.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, and plus they was really out there making sure I speak English. That's why.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
A lot of footage. That's for sure.
Yes, exactly. And I was in there. I was there, brother. That's why I was like, this is scary, man. It's like a movie. And I'm in the heart of it. I didn't know there was a lot of Mexicans over there in Pulaski Street. And I'm like, wow. And they sometimes they think I'm like Mexican. Like, no, I'm black. People say I'm not black. Me mocha. And so, because they don't want to call black.
You talking
And
about the
so,
West Side, huh?
yes.
Yeah, brother. I know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, brother. I mean, man, it was so bad that the military say, hey man, I do little groceries over here. I just work. I'm just doing groceries. We got to do our job. But still, man, I'm trigger figuring. Like Lord, just make sure I accidentally shoot, pop nothing out because they had to do a detour, and it's like off a script. I mean, I'm a truck, but they had to make sure everything goes smoothly. You can't tell me what's going on. You just gotta wait. Even though I'm black, I still gotta wait because I'm in the hood. And it was just funny, man. I'm just glad that nobody start nothing because anything could go off trigger finger.
Yeah.
I mean, they
Yeah.
came in with the real, the real Glock, the real guns.
Yeah, I
It's
saw.
this, yeah, brother. And plus,
Yeah.
this whole, food stamp thing, EBT, man. And I'm in the hood. People look at me like, you got groceries, man. That's another right there, because people get their food stamps and they seeing groceries right there. I could
Well,
get ambushed.
the government's shut down right now, right?
I
So
know, brother.
they
I know.
possibly won't be passing those out for now, right?
That's why I'm saying, man, it's getting bad out here, brother.
Unfortunate for the people who actually really need it.
We looking for food banks now. They looking at food banks
Yeah,
at the church.
exactly.
Yeah, man. It was just, it was another testimony I was going to do. 15 years, I usually try I don't like black women, dark skinned women, because they always call me fascist.
Wait a
And
minute. What? Wait.
I was,
Whoa, Sweat
Wait
Bird.
a
Whoa.
minute. Hold
okay.
on a second.
I was saying testimony. I was trying to go back to when we
No,
was talking
wait.
about.
Say that again because I want to make sure that I heard what you said.
Right.
Okay. I was saying another
Man.
testimony.
Sweat Bird, don't do it, bro. Don't do it, bro.
No.
Please.
It was going back what we
I
was
just
talking
don't. I want to
about.
make sure that I
That's
didn't mishear you.
insane.
Okay. I was saying for testimony. Okay.
We
Now,
were.
remember before we was talking about how they say women was calling them bees and stuff and like all this stuff.
Yeah.
Then you were saying you didn't understand the whole situation. Well, in my area where I'm at right now, in the hood, it was always the bigger ego. They always a competition with each other, right? But I'm just gonna save that for another one because that's gonna be a long story. I'm trying not to be up here that long.
You said it was
But
the
yeah,
darker women. Did you say it was the dark?
Leave it
but yeah,
alone.
because
Okay, I'm
yeah,
gonna leave
leave
it
it alone.
alone. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
leave
leave it
it
alone.
alone. We'll save it for next Friday.
Can I ask? Are you saying black women as a whole? Are you saying dark skin? What are you
Well,
saying?
because it was because they were saying you're fascist, and plus it was like the colorist thing, like light skinned, and so it was like for 15 years I try to stay away from that because it's always something in my hood, in my area, okay, in my hood,
You said
and
black women. I'm just.
where I'm at, okay, my love, in my area. I'm from Chicago, okay. I'm on the west side. Okay, I'm not saying over there where
Okay.
you at.
So then, so what you meant,
It's a
It's
difference.
frustrating to
It's a
continue to
difference.
hear.
What I was trying to say is I don't.
sweat, wait.
Okay. All
So
right.
what you meant to say, the women in your
In my
region.
area, yes,
Okay.
correct.
All
In
right.
my area.
So then, Sweatbird, listen. This is what we
No,
need.
but let me
You gotta
finish.
stop
Let
saying
me
this about
finish.
our women, though, man. Come
Hold
on,
on.
man.
Let me
About
finish. I
black
was trying to give
women,
a
like this.
testimony though.
It's
Hold on,
weird.
Sweatbird.
No,
Stop.
but I was
We're
trying
gonna
to
allow
say
you.
something. I
Let
was
him
trying.
finish.
See,
Brother,
I was
chill
no,
one
but
second.
before you
I'm
guys
gonna
attack
allow
me,
you to finish.
I was trying to.
Hold on.
I was. I was just going here.
Go ahead, Sweatbird. Go ahead. Go.
No, I was trying to say, back then before I came on the panel, I usually always stayed away from it. But then again, when I came on the panel, I started talking to Sister Novoa and then Sister Lyric, and it changed my perspective. I'm saying before I even came on this panel, I'm not saying now. I'm talking about before I came on this
Oh, so you're
YouTube stream.
reformed. So you're
Yes,
okay.
yes. That's
Okay,
what said.
did
Let
you
me
get
speak. 'Cause I know it sound bad, but
Okay,
you're
did
getting
you
Been
get the
let me
delivered.
spirit.
You
Yes.
get the
Thank
He's
you. Thank
reformed.
you.
Did you get that?
Yes.
Vaughn caught it. Vaughn caught it.
Yes.
Hold on. Mo Love, did you get it? He's been reformed. Did you get it?
Yes.
It's a testimony.
I did not
Yes.
get it.
Okay.
Oh
All
my
right.
God. Never mind. I believe alone.
All right.
Because it's a touchy subject.
So you're not saying that you don't like black women.
No, it would just say it was always something like my experience like it was always competition, and so I just leave them alone. It's like in my area, in my hood, my love. I don't know where you at. That's you over there. Okay, I'm over here. I'm just saying when I see in my hood, in my area, on my set. Okay, that's all. I mean, I've changed. Like I say, it's different. It's the hood. Okay, it was always a competition. It's an ego, And then you say you're colorist and you're fashion. I'm black too. I'm just light skinned. But it's always something with it. It's always something. That's why I say I just leave it alone. But
Okay.
So
Bolo,
you don't feel it. You
Please
don't feel
do.
this way
It's
about
the way
sisters
that you.
anymore.
I just leave
right?
it.
Right.
Leave
I
it.
talked to a brother, sister, like Lyric and the Novella.
Okay.
How we come together. So like I don't think that all. You know what I'm saying? They help me in a
Right.
central way.
They
Okay.
help you
You
to
know what I'm
see
saying?
women in a different light. Is that right?
Exactly.
Well,
Those
Okay.
yeah,
shout
they'll
out
stay in
to
the
Lady
bun.
Nabo and Miss Lyric. Thank y'all.
Yes,
Cause
yes. And
okay.
I had to change my way of thinking, change my ways.
Okay. Well,
'Cause I was stuck. That's what I say. It was a testimony.
I'm
Thank you.
glad that the conversation didn't go totally left.
I know. That's what I said. Let me speak because I know what's
It
going.
was a
I know.
turn. No, it was a hard left turn,
Excuse me.
Oh, I always go left.
and we almost fell off the tracks. But
I know.
He was he's fishtailing around the road.
We almost fell off the track.
everybody maneuvered
He's
their
all
way.
on the
Sorry about
shoulder.
that.
He's out into the dirt. He got back on the highway.
He messed up the grass. The grass ain't the same. We're gonna
Well,
have to do it. But
that's what I said. I had two. I was trying to save it, but let's just say let me go get it out because I don't want to be turned into an hour.
okay. Oh, absolutely. We thank you for that. We appreciate you.
True that.
So,
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, like brother said, I was the left.
all right.
It changed.
All right. So to sum up the conversation today, right? Because then we can get into the conversation on women next week. But to sum up the conversation that we had today was what men, and again, this is generally speaking, right? What men need to do before pursuing a woman. So first, we talked about knowing who you are, right? Now, this is all predicated on you having a relationship with Christ, okay? You having a relationship with Christ. Knowing who you are. Two, being, and if you want to change stable, what word would you use to replace stable?
Steadfast. Oh, I'm sorry. You asked Ant.
No, that'll work. My brain is shot too, so that'll
Okay.
work.
So being steadfast, okay, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and financially. Heal your wounds, okay, doing that work on yourself. Don't deny yourself. Don't lie to yourself. Try not to lie to yourself, at least. Lead yourself first. And last and certainly not least, respecting women. Okay, so that's the main gist of what we're talking about with the men. Next week we will be talking about what the women need to do. So I don't know if anybody has any last words before we go into the Psalms.
No, I listen. I gained a lot from the conversation, and I love the way that you summarized it. Because that brings more understanding to the conversation. For the listeners as well as the people that's on the panel. But yeah, definitely, man. Those are some key points that we should look at. As men when we are pursuing a significant other. And basically we're talking about of the opposite sex. Right,
Absolutely.
not the same sex. So,
And
yeah,
I'll add this to what Vaughn just said, that both men, and I'm going to repeat the same thing when we speak on the women. Both men and women need to be whole before they pursue each other. You have to,
exactly.
right? And two broken people looking for healing in each other often create disaster. But two whole people rooted in God and secure in themselves can build something unshakable. So,
Wow.
all right. So Mo, it's on you tonight to pick a Psalms that we read.
Psalms 139.
All right. Psalms 139. That's a good one too. Psalms 139, and it reads, You have searched me, Lord, and you know me. You know when I sit and when I rise. You perceive my thoughts from afar. You discern my going out and my lying down. You are familiar with all my ways. Before word is on my tongue, you, Lord, know it completely. You hem me in behind and before. You lay your hand upon me. Such knowledge is too wonderful for me, too lofty for me to attain. Where can I go from your spirit? Where can I flee from your presence? If I go up to the heavens, you are there. If I make my bed in the depths, you are there. If I rise on the wings of the dawn, if I settle on the far side of the sea, even there your hand will guide me. Your right hand will hold me. If I say, surely the darkness will hide me, and the light become night around me, even the darkness will not be dark to you. The night will shine like the day, for darkness is as light to you. For you created my inmost being. You knit me together in my mother's womb. I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Your works are wonderful. I know that full well my frame was not hidden from you. When I was made in the secret place, when I was woven together in the depths of the earth, your eyes saw my unformed body. All the days ordained for me were written in your book before one of them came to be. How precious to me are your thoughts, God. How vast is the sum of them. Were I to count them, they would outnumber the grain of sands. When I wake, I am still with you. If only you, God, would slay the wicked. Away from me, you who are bloodthirsty. They speak of you with evil intent. Your adversaries misuse your name. Do I not hate those who hate you, Lord, and abhor those who are in rebellion against you? I have nothing but hatred for them. I count them my enemies. Search me, God, and know my heart. Test me and know my anxious thoughts. See if there is any offensive way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting. Amen.
Amen.
Big Ant, can you pray us out, my G?
Amen. Praise God for the word.
Sure can.
Mhm.
Father God, we just thank you for this day. We just thank you for just allowing us to be able to come together in fellowship and have the conversations, those difficult conversations, Lord, but able to have those conversations with clear minds and hearts. And we just thank you for everyone that was here on the panel, Lord. Everyone that was in the chat, and those who be catching us on replay. We just ask that you just be with us all, keep us, strengthen us, Lord, and allow us to be representatives of you in all that we say and all that we do. We pray for those who are dealing with sickness, Lord. We pray for their healing according to your will. We pray for those who are going through just different difficulties, Lord. We just ask that you would just be with them and strengthen them during this time, and just watch over us, keep us all until we can all meet again. In the Master's name of Jesus the Christ, our Lord and Savior, we thank you. Amen.
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 Praise God.
I know we got young Riaz up here. Did he want to say something?
Here he is.
Well, usually we
Hey,
go
Riaz.
into the.
I'm on
Yeah.
mute. I'm sorry, young Riaz. What's going on, my
I
G?
thought you went to sleep, Bolo.
My bad.
I'm here.
I heard
I just recently woke up.
I'm thinking I'm speaking, man. I'm talking. Y'all hearing me? Young Riaz, what's going on, my G?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm good, brother. I'm alive, man. The Lord gave me another day to
That's
get
good.
right.
That's good. I recently woke up though, because I was asleep the entire time. It's like about 8:40. No, I think about 9 o'clock in the morning for me.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you decided. Listen, man. As long as you're here, brother, we got a plate of food for you.
Yeah.
All right. No pork. There's no pork on my fork, my G.
Okay, good.
All right. Mr. Best. Last words on you.
Yes, sir. Y'all wrong one, and I don't know what's going on. I blame Mr. Brian. It's Mr. Brian's fault. But no, love you guys. You know what I'm saying? Definitely. This was great. I had a great time as always. Thank you guys for being here. God bless all of us. And yeah, Bolo, you gotta get that village number fixed, man. I've been calling you, man, and I hear thank you for
Hold
calling
on.
me. You
Wait one
reached me.
second. Wait one second. First of all, wait one second. You called me, and we were playing phone tag for a little bit. Don't
We
deny.
were, we were.
Okay,
We
so
were.
don't
I'm messing with you, Bolo. You know I gotta mess with you. You
I
know I gotta
have,
mess.
but I have, again, again, there's been some stuff, but yeah, okay, yeah,
I know, Bolo. I know I'm messing with you. You know I gotta mess with you. If I ain't love you, I wouldn't mess with you.
no
But
doubt.
thank y'all, man, and definitely check out our devotional pre-show tomorrow. Hopefully all these people pull up tomorrow before Mo Love, and we all can like fellowship and do a devotional. The topic is
Mm.
just because I'm a believer, don't mean you can play in my face. So yeah, that'll
I
be
Don't
the
think
pre-show.
Vaughn would be good for that one.
Wow.
Hmm.
Might have to join that panel.
Okay. All right, I'm calling.
just move out the way when Vaughn gets upset. Just move out the way a little bit.
No, no.
Right.
Hmm.
Wow.
Okay, Sweat Brett. Last words on you, my G. Please don't say anything about black women.
Where did he go? He disappeared.
He left.
Right. Oh.
Oh, he'll be back. He'll be back.
He left.
He'll
No,
be
no,
back.
no, he'll be back. He be driving, so
Yeah,
he's
he'll be
driving.
back. He probably went through a bad spot.
Vaughn, last
Hmm.
words on you, Vaughn.
Wow. Well, listen, you know I got love for everybody here tonight and everybody in the chat. And I just thank you all for putting up with me because sometimes I don't know what direction God leads me in, and I'm just foolish enough to just go with whatever that He's given me, you know. But I do have a great love and compassion for people, so I don't want people to get that twisted, you know. I do love people. I have a great love for people, actually. This ministry that we're part of is based on, trying to share Christ with others. And so, I don't always get it right, but I just do thank God for everybody here, and thank you for your patience and putting up with me at times. And that's it.
All right.
On a side note, it's always fun to watch Vaughn just pull out the jawbone and start swinging. So
It is.
I just thought, it's always a good thing because
And he doesn't stop. He's that dude. He's that dude that when you pull him away, he finds a way to get loose and go back and hit the person
well,
another 3 times.
well, that's because the spirit has him swinging it. Samson had to get tired. So so once he's done, he's done.
It's just that devil, man.
Hey,
There's a
see?
war.
There you
There's a
go.
war, man.
Here you go.
And I got a demon to whip.
Hey,
you
that's
see.
right. See?
And yeah, man, but wow.
Yes.
But thank you all for your patience. I do oftentimes pray and say, God, lead and guide me in the right way now. Because I do mean well. It's just, I guess, old grumpy syndrome gets in there sometime. But go ahead.
You're good. You're good.
Floor is yours, big bro.
Oh, okay. Well, hey. I didn't know. I thought it was someone else's turn.
Deja vu.
Yeah, huh? Yeah. But it was a good panel, man. It was a good discussion and everything. So I will say I can see how Vaughn is up this late and everything else. I'm on their side of the world this week, and it is weird. It is so weird.
Yeah.
Oof.
It's different, isn't it?
It is. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. It is. It is wild.
It's different.
Knowing that I should be 2 hours in, there's probably some sleep. Ooh. But hey, I'm trying to get acclimated. By the time I get acclimated over here, it'd be time for me to move back.
Right.
Golly. But it's great though.
Wow.
Nice time on the panel. And nice time on the panel, nice time with you guys as always. And salute to everyone that was up here. Salute to everyone that was in the chat. It was a great show, great insight, and I love to do it. I was hoping that I would be able to connect up and everything else. So yeah. So I appreciate you guys, and pray that you guys have a great rest of your weekend, and that again, let the Lord use you as He sees fit. So grace and peace, everybody. Another one in the books, B.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow. I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank everybody that was on the panel, everyone in the chat. I want to thank everyone for the conversation and keeping the respect. I mostly want to thank everyone for dealing with me these last couple of weeks and the touch and go and things of that nature, man. So thank you guys for that. I appreciate you all. Yeah, thank you for making this possible, man. And like Big Ant says, allow the Lord to use you as He see fit. And my thing is, take care of yourselves and each other. It's important, man. And create these relationships. They're very important. We need them, for what's coming. It's coming, man. And we're going to need each other. So let's not give up on one another, right? So with that being said, guys, have a blessed rest of your day. Lord willing, we will see you tomorrow or today.
Amen.
So have a blessed
Amen.
day. Later.
All right, you too, bro.
Good night.